9:03 on my computer. And I think if there are some other folks who come in a little bit late, they'll be able to catch up pretty quickly. So welcome, everybody. My name is Michelle Duval. I am the chair of the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council's Research Steering Committee, and I just wanted to welcome everyone to our fourth and final workshop that is focused on potential redevelopment of the Council's Research Set-Aside program. I know that our chair, Mike Luisi, was hoping to be able to join us, but I know he's had a pretty busy schedule lately. So again, I just want to welcome all of our panelists and members of the public and folks who've been with us on this journey. And so I did just want to take a couple of minutes before turning things over to our facilitator, Andrew Loftus, to just review sort of how we got here and where we're going. So, we really started focusing on potential redevelopment of the Council's RSA program through exploration of several topics through 3 different workshops. So our first workshop covered research and research priorities. Our second workshop was focused on funding mechanisms, and our third workshop was focused on details of enforcement and administration. And so based on the feedback that the committee received from each of those first 3 workshops, we spent our next couple of meetings developing some draft program guidance, really trying to hone in on what some of the key decisions would be surrounding redevelopment of an RSA program. And so for today, we're going to start with a recap of the outcomes of those first 3 workshops, just to set the stage and make sure, refresh everybody's brains. And then Brandon's going to provide a little bit more detail on the committee's work between our third workshop and today. But we're really going to spend the bulk of our time reviewing and discussing and getting feedback on the draft goals and objectives that the committee has developed, as well as these draft priority program considerations, these sort of key decisions. And, I'll just draw your attention to the fact that the agenda is organized a little bit differently. So it's been organized really more according to how these key priority program considerations or decisions have clustered out, rather than according to the themes that we explored during our first 3 workshops. So I just wanted to make sure folks knew that. And as we walk through that discussion, we're going to receive some input and guidance from our SSC's economic work group on the trade-offs associated with the different draft decisions that the committee has identified. And we've been fortunate to have the economic work group walking with us side by side on this journey. So really want to thank them for their efforts as well. Next slide, Brandon. And so then where do we go from here? So we are trying to have an in-person committee meeting in Baltimore at the end of April, where we will review all of the feedback that we've received from all of the workshops, this one included, to develop, take a second look at our recommendations and develop guidance and final recommendations for consideration by the council. And those will be presented to the council at their June meeting in Riverhead, New York. So we will make recommendations with respect to what a redeveloped RSA program might look like, as well as whether or not to redevelop the RSA program. And depending on what the council decides, work will either stop if the council decides it does not want to move forward, or if it does, then we would continue with development of an appropriate management document, whether that's an amendment or a framework. And the timeline for completing that could be a year or more, just depending upon the action. I think there is a lot of coordination and work that we would want to do with our state partners and enforcement partners on some of the details and specifics of the program that I don't know that we're going to get into today. So with that, I just want to make sure everyone was oriented as to where we've been and where we're going. And I am actually going to turn things over to our facilitator, Andrew Loftus, to go over the ground rules and the rest of the day. So thank you so much all for being here.
Great, thanks, Michelle. So while Brandon pulls up that ground rule slide, I wanted to make a couple of comments about the flow of today's agenda and point out a couple of things for you. Number one, notice that the lunch and the breaks have been shortened by a few minutes compared to other workshops. I would like to say that's all Michelle's fault because she's such a slave driver, but quite frankly, when we were putting out the agenda, we felt we needed additional time, and so please help us when we come to those time periods by doing the breaks and lunch really quickly and getting back and so we can get rolling and into the meat of the workshop. Then the second thing I also wanted to point out, the morning session up until the morning break anyway, up until about 10:20, you'll see the presentations really are all about bringing people up to speed about what we've already done. I sincerely hope that you find these presentations boring and repetitive because you have already reviewed all the materials that were in the agenda. But we wanted to make sure that everybody does have an opportunity to, kind of review the high level, the high picture of where we've been and how we've come to this point. To help us move through the agenda, a few ground rules. Please raise your hand using the little smiley face on the bottom of the screen. If you click on that, you'll see an option to raise your hand and do that. Keep your questions and your comments, to the point at what we're talking. We say try to avoid these long war stories. We recognize that examples are very valuable. So if you do need to use an example, make it try to keep it short. Use the chat feature that will be captured actually in the notes, and so that is very valuable when we go back to put the meeting summary together. We do look at that chat box to see if there are comments that haven't been made or that we haven't captured through verbal participation. So use that chat feature as much as you can. And of course, check the frequently asked questions document and the other materials I will say that are on the website. We try to make as much as we can available through the website so that people always have access to all the materials. And then a reminder that you can submit comments at any time through the website, and you can see the address on the screen there. And again, we do check those, and we do try to make sure that any of those comments get incorporated into the meeting summaries. And then finally, we have a mixture of panel participants, and there's about, if I remember right, 49 panel participants, and then public. The panelists will have the first opportunity to participate, but if you notice the agenda, we've tried to incorporate numerous opportunities for public input. And as I have done with the other workshops, we are going to be fairly vigilant in making sure that those opportunities are available regardless of any time constraints or time overruns that we might be experiencing at that time. We do want to make sure that the public has an opportunity to provide that input. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Garrett D. Piper. As you all know, if you participated in the previous workshops, the Economic Working Group of the SSC has been very, very, very instrumental in setting the stage and helping the Research Steering Committee to move forward with this. And so we thought it was valuable for Garrett to just kind of give a rundown about the role of the SSC Economic Working Group in this whole process. So Garrett, I'll turn it over to you, and Brandon, if you can pull up that presentation.
Thanks, Andy. Just want to make sure that my audio is coming over all right.
Sound great.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. I'm going to hold to Andy's mantra of boring and keep this as short and high level as possible. First off, before we get into the meat of the conversation, I do want to just provide a heartfelt thank you to all the economic work group members that worked over the last year in support of assessing a potential redesign of the research set-aside program. Here's a list of all those. And I also want to provide a thank you to Olaf Jensen, who wasn't a member of the economic work group, but is a member of the SSC and participated heavily with respect to workshop 1 in particular. So thank you to all of you. Next slide, please. So the Mid-Atlantic Council's SSC stood up the economic work group specifically to provide additional support to the council with respect to issues of economic importance. The process itself in which we would engage was expected to be collaborative and iterative, where the work group would work with the SSC as well as the council formally through the council meetings themselves, as well as with committees of the council and council staff to forward a project of importance to the council. We selected the research set-aside program in particular, and it was adopted by the council specifically because of the sheer number of economic issues of interest embedded in whether to redevelop an RSA program or not. And that runs from how you generate funds to support the research itself through the incentives underlying individual RSA trips. Next slide, please. And so the work group has been engaged since the beginning of this project about a year ago. And each of the economists on the work group led a subgroup that really supported the development of material associated with each of the workshops 1 through 3 before this final workshop 4. And so Dr. Mark Holliday led the development of a number of white papers in support of workshop 1 on research. This ran the gambit from how you design a program to be consistent with the objectives of the program itself and link explicitly to management goals, how to employ benefit cost analysis in the evaluation of research proposals, the role of peer review and communication with principal investigators, both before and after the awarding of the grants, and how best to structure those, ensuring transparency in the grant process itself for the RSA program and minimizing conflicts of interest in that process, the universal data access and transparency in the research that's generated from RSA funds to ensure that the council is generating the highest benefits possible from that research. And then potential value in decoupling the sale of quota from the research funded. And this was in particular focused on the role of forage species and other keystone ecosystem species that might not have a lot of market value, but would really benefit from research that could be fostered under the research set-aside program. Next slide, please. Brandon, next slide. Thank you very much. Workshop 2 was focused on funding, and the supporting material for this workshop was led by Dr. Jorge Holzer, and this really focused on how do you design a market for quota that allows you to meet specific program goals and objectives. It focused on the comparison of an auction versus bilateral agreements, and we proposed some straw man objectives that were kind of culled from historical documentation on the role of the RSA program to really illustrate the trade-offs between auctions and bilateral agreements with respect to those goals and objectives. So those straw man goals were revenue maximization, fairness of access to quota across the fisheries, and research and industry cooperation, as well as enforcement and compliance issues. And I'll note here that originally we envisioned being able to provide quantitative and tactical advice with respect to this issue in particular. Unfortunately, the lack of concrete final goals and objectives, as well as the data that was actually available for the analysis itself, really meant that we were able to generate simulations that were tuned to historical auction performance, but really were more qualitative with respect to directionality and changes of performance, as opposed to quantifying actual outcomes based on historical bidding behavior, say, for example. Next slide, please. The third workshop, the development of the supporting material, was led by Dr. Lee Anderson, and it focused on enforcement. And whereas workshops 1 and 2, we really, the work group took an active role. And in this workshop 3, it was really more of a supportive role that the work group played. What Dr. Anderson highlighted was incentives underlying the RSA enforcement issues that historically occurred, in which quota that was bought under the RSA was underreported, and basically meant that a pound of quota, RSA quota, could be used multiple times. And Dr. Anderson highlighted the fact that what underlied this incentive was the trade-off between the expected gains from cheating versus expected losses if caught cheating. And he noted the expected losses if caught cheating were a function of the probability of being caught, the probability of being convicted, and the probability of being punished. And also the fact that these probabilities are only partially under the control of the regional office and the Office of Law Enforcement, say, for example. The expected gains from cheating, expected losses from being caught was also a function of the size of the penalty associated with being punished. And Dr. Anderson noted that this penalty doesn't need to be in dollars. So it's not necessarily just a fine, say, for example. It could be associated with a loss of social capital or social standing, say, for example, from being labeled a cheater, say, for example. And then the benefit associated with cheating is a function of, pretty straightforward function of the number of illegal fish that can be landed above what you have quota for, as well as the price that you can be, that would be generated from selling that illegal fish. Next slide, please. And so for today, what you'll see is we'll have 3 of the work group members, Dr. Mark Holliday, myself, and Dr. Lee Anderson, kind of tee off conversations around the 3 main topics associated with the design of the program. That includes who participates, how quota is allocated in the system, and what an RSA trip looks like, and try to walk through at a relatively high level and focusing on the main key issues, how decisions around those 3 topics impact the ability to achieve program goals and objectives. In particular, your ability to generate quality research, generate scientific funds for research, the monitoring enforcement of the RSA program, and then the collaboration and trust that can be built between science and the fishing industry, so scientists and researchers in the fishing industry. And so Dr. Mark Holliday will start off by walking through who participates in the program. I'll tee off the discussion on how quota is allocated, and Dr. Lee Anderson will walk through what the RSA trips looks like, and really focus in again on how those things constrain your ability to meet program goals and objectives. And with that, I'll stop and see if there's any questions.
Any quick questions for Garrett? It doesn't look like it, Garrett, so I guess we'll move on. Thank you. Um, so Brandon, if you can pull up, yeah, there we go. So if you were participated in the fall RSC workshop, you've already seen this presentation, or at least a version of it anyway. But we did want to just give a quick synopsis of the outcomes of the workshops 1 to 3. Um, Garrett gave a quick introduction about the RSC's presentations for each of those workshops, and so we're going to give a very quick overview of some of the common themes. These are not decisions that came out of the workshop, they're common themes that we saw in the workshop. And I would encourage you again to go back to those individual workshop reports for a more comprehensive look at those. So Brandon, if you can advance to the next one. So a recap of the workshop objectives. Workshop 1 was, of course, was research. Identify how the research goals will be prioritized and projects will be screened to inform the management and communicate with the council and stakeholders. Workshop 2, funding goal. Discuss how the program will be administered. And discuss the funding mechanisms and indicate that projects should be tied to management assessment needs. The goal of workshop 3, primary goal enforcement, was to identify potential program modifications, particularly as it related to those, I think it was the 2014 memo that we are always referring to, but that had quite a few enforcement issues in it. And we wanted to make sure that the discussion was had that could prevent the recurrence of those workshop issues. And then workshop 4, which we're in today, the recommendations, as Michelle said, review the recommendations from those first 3 meetings that have been synthesized by the RSC, and then provide input for the RSC consideration regarding the recommendations that they will make to the council regarding the future development of the RSA program. So very quickly, each of those workshop outcomes, as Brandon said, the SSC Economic Working Group discussed 7 research-related topics to kick us off with that one. The common theme was that research should be linked to priorities set by the council, and that performance metrics should be incorporated as a key component of each of the RSA projects. It was emphasized that the RSA and other funding sources needed to be kind of top of mind whenever a council initiates an action. There's quite a bit of discussion that sometimes funding for some of these actions and the research that's needed to support them is not always considered as it should be, maybe, when the council makes a decision. So this is kind of throwing something back to the council and saying you need to help out in doing that. In terms of evaluating both applicants and proposals, there was a discussion about disclosing the available funding to the potential applicants prior to the proposal process, so that people knew exactly how much money, or at least had a good idea of how much money was going to be available before they spent the time and energy and resources to assemble a proposal. There was a discussion about revamping the peer review process for the proposals and the results in conjunction with the SSC. And then it was emphasized that conflicts of interest should be revealed early on in the process by both proposal applicants and reviewers. In terms of project review and presentation, there was a discussion about reviewing and establishing the data sharing policy. There was quite a bit of feeling that data from the RSA projects was not readily available to broader audiences, and so that had to be reviewed. Some discussion about tying the release of funds to the submission of the final report. Make sure that the report is, there was an incentive to complete that final report. And then there was quite a bit of discussion about developing a communication plan that expands public venues for the presentations. And part of those public venues would, one of the things that was suggested was that the council set aside time during one of their dedicated time during one of their council meetings to hear presentations on the results of RSA project research projects. Yep, thank you, Brandon. Okay, summary of workshop 2, funding. Again, as Garrett alluded to, the Economic Working Group presented an analysis of the action and provided extensive modeling results of alternatives in terms of economic efficiency. We focused in on the status of the auction system, what worked, what did not work, what could be improved. Eleanor provided quite a bit of information about from her experience working with that. There was a discussion about considering the cost and benefits of selling quota for low value species, and I think that'll be a topic of discussion this afternoon in one of the areas that we address. And then from the recipient standpoint, there was a discussion about ensuring that all bids are paid for in full at future auctions. And compensation fishing. There was quite a bit of discussion about identifying whether vessels involved in RSA harvesting should be tied to research or if that was separate. Again, that's going to be a topic of discussion this afternoon. There was a discussion about state environmental police that were burdened by but not compensated through enforcement of this program. And that was the topic of the next workshop that will come up in the next slide in a minute. And then discussion about whether, what were the responsibilities of the principal investigators in ensuring that vessels understood and potentially adhered to RSA requirements. In terms of revenue generation, if revenue generation, maximizing that was a primary objective, then the modeling results conclusively showed, I think, that a fixed price system is probably not the best funding model for RSA. So that's something to keep in mind as we go forward in terms of the funding mechanisms. Yep. Workshop 3, enforcement. The Economic Working Group presented an analysis of how economics influence fisheries enforcement. And as Garrett discussed, the incentive or disincentive of various penalties was modeled. Some issues that came up, and there was, again, I'll remind you again, this is just a summary. There are a lot more issues in the workshop report, but some of the common issues that were discussed is a lack of resources for enforcement to adequately enforce the provisions of the special provisions of the RSA harvesting. There was a discussion about the inconsistent state regulations and the inability for some states to regulate the RSA program. They don't have the institutional authority in some cases to regulate something like RSA, and so they have to kind of pigeonhole it into existing authorities. That doesn't always lend to the best outcome. There was discussion that there appeared to be substantial underreporting of RSA landings in the past. Then of course, with the RSA projects that were conducted with the for-hire sector, the undercutting of recreational monitoring was discussed, and then a perceived lack of support for non-RSA users that was harming constituent relations. Some solutions for enforcement that were discussed: incorporate funding into joint enforcement agreements, possibly taken from RSA quota sale. I think there's been some follow-up on that. That might not be something that could be a possibility, but it's one of those details I think that need to be discussed. The issue of electronic reporting, of course, we've come a long way in terms of electronic vessel trip reports since the Mid-Atlantic RSA program was last conducted. So that might actually improve the ability to monitor and enforce trip harvest and trips, but there's also a discussion about VMS requirements and other potential electronic reporting mechanisms. There was a recommendation that the joint ASMSC Mid-Atlantic Council Law Enforcement Committee develop enforcement guidelines to better coordinate between state and federal enforcement of the RSA program. Discussion on limiting the number of vessels, daily quota, landing ports, other aspects of the RSA program to improve the ability for law enforcement to adequately enforce the harvest and landings. And then there was a suggestion that that quota monitoring experts be involved, if possible, in RSA redevelopment, because that kind of was the underpinning of some of the issues related to enforcement. And then stricter penalties and enforcement was I think a common theme that came through fairly loud and clear related to the redevelopment of the RSA program. Next slide. So that brings us to workshop 4, that where we are now. And just to reiterate what Michelle said, the major goal of this workshop is to review the recommendations from the first 3 meetings as it's been synthesized by the RSC, and provide the input for RSC consideration regarding recommendations for the RSA program development that they'll present to the council. So with that, oh, one more slide. These are just some kind of overarching, if you will, questions to keep in mind as we go through all of the discussions. These don't relate to any one particular discussion today, but of course the main question that the RSC is going to be addressing in the next meeting is should the council redevelop an RSA program or not, and if so, what changes should be implemented to address the identified concerns related to RSA, again, particularly related to that 2014 memo related to research, funding, program administration, and enforcement, the topics of the workshops that we've held. And then another kind of common or overarching question for the discussion today is timelines for some of these RSA processes. I don't think there has to be a definitive answer, but again, some potential recommendations for timelines where appropriate in prosecuting the RSA program in the future. So with that, are there any quick questions that anybody has about this or anything else that has come up? We're a little bit ahead of time, which is great. But if there is any questions, we can take them. It doesn't look like it that I see. So that was kind of the recap of workshops 1 and 3. Again, I encourage you to go back and review those workshop reports, because there is, I mean, these slides don't do those workshop outcomes justice. It's just a very brief overview. So I encourage you to go back and look at those workshop 1 to 3 reports for any additional material, additional input. Okay. So you've been provided in the recommended reading materials or review materials some material that the RSC has kind of gone through and developed with the help of the Economic Working Group at their last meeting in January. And so Brandon is going to provide an overview of the RSC process since the last workshop took place. So Brandon, turn it over to you.
Andy, before I start, Bonnie Brady has her hand up, I think has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you both. I have been unable to be on both. Bonnie Brady, Long Island Commercial Fishing Association. I have been unable to catch these workshops when they're happening due to conflicts with a multitude of other webinars. Are these webinars videotaped so that we can go back and look at them in their entirety?
Brandon, I know they are recorded, and I'm not sure we made that announcement here, but are they available?
I am pretty sure that they are all recorded. We have not posted
That would be
the other
hugely
work.
helpful for people that want to, I guess, binge on RSA workshops, Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly, make those available, and I can work with Mary and staff about how best to post those. Again, those were, full day
If they,
workshops, just like this one.
right, if they could go maybe on the council's YouTube page, that would be really helpful. Then a lot of other people, when they have the time, could go through them. Thank you.
Yep.
And I guess this is the opportune time to make the formal announcement that this meeting is being recorded. So I don't think we did that. If we did, I missed it. But go ahead, Brandon.
Great. Thanks, Andy. And thanks everyone for joining. I did want to start my presentation off sort of just to thank Matt Seeley, who is the council staff leading the RSA project. I think we were able to get to a really good workshop today because of all of his efforts sort of steering those first 3 workshops with the steering committee and with Andy. So even though he's not listening today, he's in Hawaii getting settled for a new job. I did want to give a shout out to Matt for all of his work. And so, because he would be giving this presentation right now otherwise. So having said all of that, I just did want to step through over the course of a couple of slides what the Research Steering Committee and the Economic Working Group have been doing since that workshop number 3. So as you heard from the presentations from this morning, there was a lot of information that was discussed and obtained over the course of those workshops that sort of went over how the program previously operated, the issues that the program had encountered, and some recommendations or thoughts about how the program could be improved. So there's all of these sort of concepts and ideas, but how do we take all of that information that we received over those 3 workshops and begin to put it into some context of what a future RSA program might look like should the council decide to redevelop it. And so that's what was really the work of the steering committee, of the research committee, and the working group during that time period, was to take all of that information and begin to sort of put the bones on what a potential program might look like going forward. And so this was really the process that we had gone through, was taking all of that information that Andy just covered that we received from those first 3 workshops. And then we had this sort of iterative approach between the Economic Working Group and the Research Steering Committee. We had a lot of sort of discussions during Research Steering Committee meetings and even in between meetings to make sure there was communication between the two, as the SSC's working group provided some broad guidance and considerations and what the potential implications are. They offered that to the Research Steering Committee. They utilized that to create some refined guidance with draft decisions, which is what will be in front of you today for discussion. And again, and really the point of all of this was to have a starting point for discussion for today. Because there are so many things to consider with the RSA program, we needed to at least begin to put some bounds on what we'd be thinking about. And so today was again, all draft decisions, but really just so that we could have an informed and a constructive feedback today so that folks can offer their inputs as we move forward. So the Research Steering Committee had their first meeting in November, so about a month after the last workshop. Again, going over the input from those first 3 workshops. And really, and Garrett sort of hit upon this in his presentation, and it was an area that the Economic Working Group sort of stressed to the steering committee, was you really need to begin to think about objectives and goals for this program, because you need to be able to, without having goals and objectives, you don't know you know, those things are going to influence your decisions that you would make later on about how you would sort of run a particular program. And so that was sort of really stressed upon the research steering committee. And so that was really the focus of this call in November. Was there were a number of potential objectives that we identified through those first 3 workshops. There was a list of nearly 20 different objectives. And the steering committee took all of those possible objectives and put them and rearranged them all during that meeting and identified a series of different goals for the program and then some sub-objectives to achieve each of those goals. And another key area that came out of that November 16th meeting was, again, from the economic working group, was you really need to consider the development of a decision tree or a program playbook, right? This would allow the committee to understand the decisions, how you would set up a program to meet the goals and objectives that you've defined. And so that was a really big take-home message out of that November 16th meeting, was to develop this decision tree and think through all of the different decisions that we may need to make, what a program would look like, and how it would achieve those different goals and objectives. And again, we're going to get into all of those details later this morning and this afternoon. We also looked at all of the potential topics that came up through the different workshops. It was, you know, Chairman Duvall put something together through a few different spreadsheets, and there were, I don't know, dozens of different topics and ideas and concepts that we'd want to consider. And so we talked through those list of potential topics for this workshop, and actually that information was helped create our initial decision tree. And so all of those sort of outcomes from the November 16th meeting set up documents and topics for our meeting in January. So just to give you a sense of what sort of happened between November and our January meeting, again, so the group started to think about the economic working group and committee leadership started to think about those decisions at the November 16th meeting and started to think about things a little bit differently, how we could take the information from the 3 broad workshops and tie them into a different way to think about the program, how we would actually structure the program. And again, Garrett had sort of hinted at these in his program. So we, instead of keeping the themes under research, funding, and enforcement and administration, we moved it into sort of new topics that would embed all of these different themes within them, but more aligned with how we would actually set up a new program. So we reorganized everything into these 3 different topics: who's involved in the RSA program, how would you allocate the RSA quota, and what does an RSA trip look like? And again, all of the broad workshop themes, all of them sort of fit into each of these different new topics that we have. And it was a sort of a better way to think about setting up a new potential program. And doing it this way allowed us to think about how our goals and objectives might be linked to the decisions that you would be considering through this decision tree document. So that's sort of what happened in between November and January, was a sort of a reorganization of our thoughts in terms of how we would think about going forward with presenting the information that we have. And so in January, the committee then prioritized and modified the draft RSA program goals and objectives. And we'll talk about those in the next part of the agenda this morning. And again, part of the economic working group's input here was really noting that once you prioritizing, not just coming up with goals and objectives, but prioritizing those goals and objectives allows you to understand what the potential trade-offs might be in achieving these different program goals, right? Because one decision that you may make could impact a variety of goals that you have in different ways. But if you rank a particular goal higher, you're going to try to achieve that goal over sort of what the implications may mean for a lower priority goal. And so by giving those prioritization to the goals and objectives, you can, sort of evaluate these trade-offs a little bit more. And while the committee went through these draft prioritizations, we tried to sort of jot down and develop, the justification and rationale as to why and how the goals were prioritized. And again, we'll step through that later this morning. And so once we had the goals prioritized, the committee then could go through the decision tree that was created and begin to answer some of these mutually exclusive set of alternative questions that we have, right? So there's a series of questions about, who could participate in the RSA program? Would it just be commercial vessels? Would it be commercial and for hire? How should we go about doing that? So there's all of these sets of mutually exclusive alternative questions in the decision tree that the Research Steering Committee stepped through each one and came up with draft choices to each of those. And again, so by each of those 3 different topics that I identified on the previous slide. And again, the committee developed its justification and rationale for those draft decisions. And just remember that, these are all draft, but it's to help understand how the alternatives would help shape and form the function of the RSA program. So you have these broader goals, and then these alternatives within the decision tree would sort of set up the actual structure to achieve those different goals. And all of this was done, again, to provide some context and rationale for how we would structure today's workshop to get some feedback. So that's the approach that I think that's my last slide on this. Yep. And so that's the process that the committee has taken since our last workshop. So taking all of the broad feedback across those 3 different topics from the workshops and actually begin to structure things down to what an RSA program might look like. Again, the decision tree that we have, the committee didn't get through all of the decisions that we have. The decision tree was not meant to cover all of the decisions that we still need to make, but it hits on some of those highest priority points that we need to consider. So there's lots of things that still need to be discussed and will be discussed as we move forward if the council agrees to redevelop the program. But these are some of the higher level questions and things that we want to start off with considering. So now we have at least a framework in which to get feedback from you all today. And Andy, I think that's it from me.
Okay. Are there any questions for Brandon or for any of the material that was just presented? I'm not seeing any hands. Okay. We're quite a bit ahead of schedule, which is fine because we did want to make sure we have a lot of opportunity when we get into the next phase of this meeting for discussion, because that's really kind of where the meat of it is. So Brandon, I'm going to suggest that you go ahead and do the presentation about the goals, and then we take a break, and then we come back for the discussion and comment on those goals. Does that sound acceptable?
I agree. That sounds acceptable to me, Andy. I think that sounds like a good plan.
Okay, so go ahead and roll into it.
Okay.
Hold
Yep.
on for a second, Brandon. Bonnie?
Hi, sorry about this. I'm going to be that person. I have to jump off for another webinar at 11. Is there going to be, I would assume, ample opportunities to still comment on this after the workshop today to be able to incorporate into the overall picture developed for the council?
Yes, we encourage people to use the link on the council's website on the RSA page. There's a link there for submitting comments, and you're guaranteed that they get captured in that way.
And that will allow some time so that after I binge the council YouTube on the RSA, everything I've ever wanted to know, that there's going to be some time allotted to be able to offer comment. I know a lot of other people who wanted to be on this, and it's just been webinars 24/7, and they just can't quite get the time.
Right. So we'll be putting together the workshop report in the next couple of weeks, and then the RSC will have the meeting. I'm sorry, is that in April, I think, right?
Yeah, April 27th.
Right. At which time there'll be, some more opportunity for public comment.
So as long as the actual workshops get up there, then we've got a good month and a half to go, correct?
For the RSC meeting, correct. But in terms of this workshop report, we hope to get this out fairly quickly.
Okay, so that I guess if those things show up there, do we have 2 weeks? Do we have a month? Do we not have that much time?
Brandon, I have to let you answer that.
So Bonnie, what are you looking for, getting comment or making sure your thoughts are captured within this workshop summary? If that is it, then we're looking within the next couple of weeks to try to get a summary done. But that is not, as Andy had indicated, it's not the last time to get additional public input and feedback. The committee is going to meet on the 27th of April, and so the public is going to be available to either attend in person or attend via webinar and provide, thoughts and feedback as the committee's going through decisions then. So
there'll be several opportunities to comment. Okay, great.
yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Brandon, sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, happy to take those questions. Those are good. So I'm going to step through the draft goals and objectives, each one of them in priority order, and I'll give the committee rationale, and hopefully I'm not misstating everything, so the committee can certainly correct me. All of the details of what I'm presenting here are in the Research Steering Committee meeting report from January 18th that was posted as background material for the workshop today. So all of those details, it's a long meeting summary to try to capture all of the committee discussion, but it's all there for folks to read through if they're interested, if it's not captured in my summary that I give here today. So again, and I won't spend a lot of time on this because I sort of talked through this in my previous presentation, but in case folks nodded off or weren't ready to listen in, I'll give a quick overview here on this first slide. Again, this was really hit home by the Economic Working Group to develop draft goals and objectives. Again, really to help shape what a potential program might look like so that we can begin to limit the range of possibilities, right? There's so many things that we are thinking about and considering within an RSA program, but we needed to start to at least rein in what those potential considerations would be. And that could be done through these goals and objectives that sort of identify and begin to shape what the program might be. And so the committee developed, and then they refined them, and then they prioritized them. They came up with 4 different goals, and there's a suite of sub-objectives associated with each of those particular goals that are also prioritized. And so those were created using the input and feedback that the committee got through the first 3 workshops, through guidance from the Economic Working Group, and then utilizing a decision tree, we were able to sort of build out the other RSA components that would, sort of support, or not the different goals and objectives that you've identified. And by building out these different goals and objectives, we're able to identify linkages across goals. You'll see that some objectives are the exact same thing for, 2 different goals, for example, because many decisions and many sort of objectives are sort of linked, just as the different questions that we've identified, how an RSA what an RSA trip might look like, how it's allocated. There are things that cut across all of those. So a decision in one area may have implications within another area. So looking across goals and objectives for these linkages and what those implications might be through the decision tree were really important. And by defining these goals and objectives and the development of the decision tree, we can consider these trade-offs, right? As you begin to build out what the program might look like, you can understand what those trade-offs might be and how they might impact meeting your different goals and objectives that you've identified. And so just remember that the goals and objectives are here to provide the overall framework for what a potentially revised RSA program might look like, while the alternatives and the questions that are provided in the decision tree really provide more of the structure and the details of the program in support of those goals. So sort of the building blocks, we start off with the goals and objectives, and then we step through the decision tree. So all of those things that we will go through today. So the committee's number one and top priority goal that they identified was to produce quality, peer-reviewed research that maximizes the benefits to the council and the public and enhances the council's understanding of its managed resources. And then there's a series of 4 different objectives associated with that goal. I won't read through all of them, but again, it was really to come up with ways to ensure that we are getting science that is relevant to management activities and needs, that focusing on research that has a greater application to what the council is doing. There was an initial objective here within this goal about not committing at all to longer term monitoring projects, that it was maybe better to focus on some of these short term things that answer a specific question versus supporting a monitoring program, where it can divert funds for a long period of time. The council didn't want to close the door on potentially supporting monitoring projects, where the committee didn't want to do that. So we changed the wording there to discourage commitments so that there's still an opportunity to do that, but sort of focusing that we think research should be focused more on some shorter term projects. And then lastly, the lowest objective here under this goal would be to ensure that all the data collected is open access. So all of the data collected through whatever funding mechanism and all of the data collected through the actual research, all of those data sources would be made available and open access to the council and to the public so that we can utilize, so that other folks can utilize that data for other purposes. So we just want to make sure that that information is open access to people. And so when the committee was thinking about this goal and why they decided to make this the top goal of a new program, was really that high quality research is really the foundation of an RSA program. This is essentially why you would create an RSA program. It's designed as a grant program to support research, and they also recognize that the research under the previous program, there were a lot of questions about its utility to the council, whether or not it, met all scientific expectations and sort of rigors. And so recognizing that failure, making sure that this goal was number one, to ensure that this area improves in a potentially new RSA program was achieved. And so that was the general rationale in terms of why this goal was selected number one by the committee. The second priority goal, draft goal, I want to keep emphasizing these are all draft to get input here today, would be to ensure effective monitoring, accountability, and enforcement of the RSA quota. Right, so this gets us to, so once we have the research, this gets to sort of all of those enforceability and enforcement concerns that were raised during the different workshops. And so again, there's a suite of objectives associated with this goal, anything from minimizing the sort of law enforcement and administrative burdens, the ability to revoke privileges, you know, the ability to increase sort of our collaboration and cooperation between the states, the council, and the law enforcement agencies, and getting at this reporting, you know, ensuring compliance and better reporting and use of the RSA quota. So all of those things that sort of have been raised as concerns, these are sort of the objectives to meet this particular goal in regards to monitoring, accountability, and enforcement. So the committee obviously has a lot of rationale for why they would make this goal number 2. And so clearly the inability to effectively enforce and monitor the different RSA activities and the landings was a big failure of the previous program, and really a primary reason for why the program was suspended, given some of the cheating that was going on under the previous program. The committee recognized the greater and increased administrative burden that was being put upon the states under the old program, and that was a significant concern. And certainly appropriately addressing our ability to enforce and monitor RSA will have positive outcomes for our other goals that have been identified. So building trust within the fishing community and the general public. If we're able to effectively account for all RSA landings, we're able to effectively enforce RSA trips that are taking place. This should help support the other goals that we have. But we shouldn't really compromise. We shouldn't make any compromises here. We should make sure that we have an enforceable and program that can be effectively monitored. We shouldn't make compromises here to achieve some of our other goals. We really need to make sure we have a solid program here before we make compromises in other places. And certainly enhancing our enforcement and in addressing the administrative burdens is critical for a future program. But that support the committee talked about is really a holistic support. So certainly we've talked about the potential to utilize RSA generated funds as a possibility to support law enforcement and administrative tasks associated with the RSA program. Maybe that is possible, maybe it's not possible, but the committee was thinking beyond just funding, that there are other ways that we can provide support for enforcement and administration, right? And those are in those objectives that we've identified under this goal, right? We can increase collaboration and cooperation. Maybe there's a certain set of standards that all states should abide by in terms of the types of enforcement that may take place, the types of reporting that's going to be required from vessels that participate. So if you can make all of those things consistent and cooperative across the states, maybe that helps provide for support for the different agencies involved. So it goes beyond just funding. There are lots of things that we could potentially do to help support the enforcement and administrative needs to help run the program. Goal 3 is to generate resources to fund research priorities that align with the priorities of the council. So this gets us to the funding component of the program. We have 4 different sub-objectives associated with this goal. One would be to maximize revenues associated with the RSA quota, and the economic work group will get into some of these things in terms of, and I think Garrett even covered it in his, there are certainly different decisions that you could make that would certainly maximize or take away from the types of revenue that could be generated through an RSA program. An equitable opportunity to fund research across all council managed species. So again, these are decisions that you'd be thinking about that we'll talk about later today, whether or not you would apply funds to only certain species, or you would apply funds to all council managed species, because some species can generate more funds than others. Increasing our scientific and industry partnerships. And then we have this last one, evaluate fairness in access to the RSA quota. The committee decided to change the word here. The original objective here was ensure fairness in access, and certainly everybody wants, fairness in all of this, but fairness can mean different things for different people, and maybe based on the decisions that you make to set up a new program. Not everybody may be allowed to participate in the program. And so you're going to evaluate those trade-offs. And so the committee, instead of making it say ensure fairness, that we're still going to evaluate fairness, right? We still want to set up a program that is fair, but some of the decisions that you're going to make may prohibit somebody from participating in the program. And that may be okay as long as it's meeting your other goals. And there's still this ability for folks to gain access to the quota. And so the committee's rationale for making this the third goal was, again, that there were issues associated with funding that were a stumbling block in the previous program. And while funding is more of an operational component within the program, we certainly need to ensure that funds are available to do the research that the council needs. And so this would support goal number one, the highest priority goal. So you can't do research without having the funds to carry out that research. And there are certainly a lot of needs to go around. So making sure that we have those funds available is certainly a critical component. And then I put this issue on fairness. So I won't go through this because I've already covered it before. But this was a lot of discussion that the committee had in regards to this particular objective, and you'll see it in the next goal as well. And so our last and final goal, our fourth goal, would be to foster collaboration and trust between scientific and fishing communities and the general public. Again, there's a series of 4 different objectives associated with this goal. You've seen some of these in some of our other goals, such as increasing partnerships, evaluating fairness, having open and transparent data. The entire process should be open, accountable, and transparent for our program. And again, ensuring the data that's collected is open access. So all of those things could help build trust and collaboration between our fishing communities and the general public. And the committee rationale for making this the fourth goal of our 4 goals was that, again, building this trust and collaboration should lead to improved research outcomes and benefits to the council. Again, supporting goal number 1, which is to get quality scientific information to help council management decisions. And so certainly building trust and fostering that collaboration should help. This point was really a justification for developing the original RSA program, was to develop this sort of collaboration and trust between science and the fishing communities. It's an area that we hear feedback from and interest from stakeholders. It's something we've heard when we're developing our strategic plan, is sort of building this collaboration between our science communities and our fishing communities and the general public. And I would just note again, the similar comments regarding the fairness objective as noted in goal 3. So again, we moved it from ensure fairness to evaluate fairness as a sub-objective here. And then my last slide, here are the 4 goals in priority order that the committee has brought forward for today. And really the questions and thoughts for the group are these goals appropriate and relevant? Is the committee missing something here? Do any of these goals that are here need tweaking or modification? And is the priority order correct? Should things be moved around? So getting that input from folks on the call is really the goal of talking through these prioritized draft goals that the committee came up with. And with that, I think that's the end of this presentation. I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Brandon. I think right now, if we can just limit it to questions for clarification, and once those are done, we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back and go into the discussion of it. So right now, are there any questions from the panelists for clarification for anything that Brandon just went through? Are there any questions from the public about what Brandon just went through? So Brandon, I think you did a good job, it looks like.
That, or I rambled on very long and I put everybody to sleep, but it's okay.
All right, so maybe what people need is a little bit of caffeine, right? To get their energy back up. So I will suggest then let's take a 10-minute break. Let's be back here at say about 10:25. And we will get into discussing and making any recommendations about the draft goals. So if everybody's okay with that, 10:25, be back on the call. Okay. Scared me with that hesitation. Okay, so let's start off a discussion. First of all, looking at these prioritized draft goals that Brandon has up on the screen. And let's start the discussion by at the real high level and looking at those and saying, is there anything that is definitely missing among these goals? And then we'll step through each of the goals afterwards. But for the time being, does anybody have any thoughts about anything that's missing that should be included in goals for the program? Okay, don't see any hands. Seems like most people are pretty comfortable with it then. Bob?
Thanks, Andy. Sorry for the slow hand. I was fumbling around here. Just a quick comment, if I might. In goal number one, it highlights benefits to the council and the public and enhances the council's understanding of its managed resources. But I don't think we need to change the wording, but I think it may be implied in there, the commission and the states as well. I mean, obviously this is a council exercise and that's great, but I think as was presented earlier this morning, there's a number of links to the states and the commission as far as, research priorities and benefits to fisheries management and everything else. So if kind of everyone's working under the understanding that it's implied commission and states are kind of included in there, then I'm okay with it. But, just want to wave the flag of the states and the commission, I guess, is the summary of my comment.
Thanks, Bob. Anybody from the council, Brandon, do you agree with that? It's implied or not? Michelle? Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. No, I think Bob makes a great point, that, it may not be necessarily obvious. I mean, obvious this is that there's a partnership, for quite a few of these managed species that might be considered under a redeveloped RSA program, and that the commission and the states are our partners in management of those resources. And I'm trying to think here on the fly. I mean, just a little bit of feedback there. So I was just trying to think here on the fly if there was any tweaking to the language there that would make that a little bit more explicit. I don't know, maximizes benefits to, the council, management partners, and the public, or something like that. That might be a possibility. Recognizing, like Bob said, this is a council program, but we very much understand and appreciate that the management process as a partnership. So I would just throw that out there maybe for consideration.
Okay, any thoughts on, I guess, Michelle, you suggesting some tweaks to the wording there, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm throwing that out there for consideration, that we might be able to stick in maximizes benefits to the council, management partners and the public. So
Bob?
Yeah, I was just going to chime in real quickly. I support Michelle's proposed change. I think adding management partners is great, and it's kind of a hybrid here. You know, summer flounder, Scott, black sea bass, bluefish, all those are jointly managed and have this partnership, component of the management. But then there's a number of species that the council manages that ASMFC isn't directly involved with. Some of the states are, but so I think management partners captures it really well.
Okay, any objection to that change of the word? Okay, sounds like that's an acceptable change. Again, on a high level, is there anything missing in these goals that should be included? Okay, I don't see any.
Andy?
Yep, go ahead, Brandon.
Sorry, I see Jonathan from the New England Council. I think he raised a good point, and so maybe if he doesn't mind speaking to what he put in the chat, maybe he wants to speak to it, at least to maybe have some discussion.
Okay, thanks. I thanks for catching the chat. I missed that. Jonathan?
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sound good.
Very good. Sorry for using the chat and not my hand. I guess I did have a question about the language in goal number 1, particularly this reference to peer reviewed. And I'm not really sure what that means. And I think that it's always desirable to have research be peer reviewed, but in some cases it could be that requirement could be limiting to the council's ability to use research in an expedited way. Our experience in New England is that not all of the research we use in management gets peer reviewed. We definitely want quality research, but just one thing I guess to think about in terms of how that might impact downstream processes and further requirements on researchers within the program. Thanks.
Okay, that's a good observation. Any thoughts on that? Eleanor?
Yes, actually, I think maybe instead of saying peer reviewed scientifically, I think maybe it shouldn't be peer reviewed, but it should be scientifically reviewed by who's ever going over the proposals to make sure that the science is scientifically valid. So there needs to be some tweaking of the word, because I agree, some research you may not be able to peer review, especially if you're doing something for the management aspect, but it should be scientifically valid and very good science. So I think you just have to tweak those words somehow. Thanks.
Mark? Holiday?
Thank you. So, I think that the notion here in the broader context and history of what we talked about in research in the first the workshop was that the level of the proposals themselves had to be reviewed at a level. I mean, we have a very rigorous review of the proposals. It's not just in this sense, it's not just peer reviewing of the results, but it's a level of rigor in the types of proposals that are being accepted. So I think the intent here was trying to set a high bar for the kinds of research that were going to be accepted into the program. and not necessarily a strict, peer review of all the results before they're used in a management action. So I think you have to have some broader, a more relaxed understanding of the peer reviews use here in this in the definition of this goal.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Ryan, you had your hand up, but it disappeared. So I'm going to go to Emerson. If Ryan, if you went to talk, raise your hand again. Emerson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I'm just taking off on what Mark mentioned. So it kind of depends on how you want to define peer reviewed, right? So for instance, in a Monkfish RSA project that I finished up, I don't know, a year or two ago, it was peer reviewed. My final report that I submitted to NIMS was peer reviewed by NIMS. They got reviewers, and I got reviewer comments back that I had to address. So, and that wasn't through a peer review publication process. So I think that, and Ryan may want to add to this, but the review of final reports through the RSA program by NIMS has changed over the years. So again, it depends on what you mean by peer reviewed. So in my mind, my final report for that project was peer reviewed. Thank you.
Thanks, Emerson. So Ryan entered into the chat that there is a peer review for proposals and final reports. I don't know. I'll throw it back to the the committee about, yeah, Michelle.
Thanks, Andy. So I appreciate this conversation about, the intent of peer review and setting a high bar. And I have, I think, a question for Jonathan, and it's slightly embarrassing because I feel like I should know the answer to this. But Jonathan, when the scallop surveys are completed, do those I mean, I know, the PDT reviews them, but do they go before the SSC at all? Does the SSC see them before they come to the committee?
Hey, Michelle. So the New England Council SSC does see the survey results, but what it's really evaluating at that point in our process are the OFL and the ABC after a lot of work has been done with the results of the surveys and then assumptions in our projection model. So there is not another layer of review that goes into those RSA results beyond what our plan development team is doing.
Great, thanks for that. So, yeah, I guess I'd love to hear other folks' comments on, whether peer review, that language, needs tweaking, based on the comments that we've received, thus far.
I think the key thing that I heard was there already is some level of peer review, but I think the original concern probably is, does peer review mean published? And I think I don't think that's what I don't think people are supporting that it means published. So I'm with you, Michelle. Is the language as it is right now sufficiently clear, or does it need to be people feel that it needs to be clarified more? So silence, does that mean it's sufficiently clear the way it is? Paul?
Thank you. Obviously it may not be, but how do you make it how do you word it better without muddling it completely and taking all the tooth out of it, right?
Yep. Michelle.
Yeah, I think if, knowing that we are capturing this discussion, and I think when the committee goes back and does its work, I might be inclined to leave peer reviewed in right now and note that, note this discussion about setting a high bar, but also wanting to make sure, I think as Jonathan Peros raised that, some research that occurs in other RSA programs is not, well, the proposals are obviously peer reviewed and final reports are peer reviewed. The data itself does not maybe necessarily go through what someone might consider to be a more traditional peer review. So I think, just capturing the intent of that language will be helpful. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Lee?
Perhaps putting in appropriately reviewed research. That I hope that would capture it.
Okay, there's a suggestion to make that change. Mark?
Yeah, I'd be in favor of leaving the wording alone. If you go back to the Magnuson Act in section 302G, where it talks about the role of the SSC, it uses the word peer review as, a role, specifically the word peer review for the role of an SSC in reviewing research and findings on behalf of the council, and it doesn't talk about a published review, peer reviewed in a journal. So I think there's ample description in the Magnuson Act about what the intent of peer review is, and I think it's fine if we leave it alone and not try to monkey with it. But that's just my view.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Lee, your hand's back up.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'll take it down.
I got it. Okay, what's the sense of the group? I've heard a suggestion about removing peer and putting in appropriately reviewed, but then alternatively, Mark just made a case of leaving peer reviewed in because it doesn't say published. Any thoughts?
Well, since I said appropriately, I'll go along with Mark. I that's fine.
Okay. Okay, unless we hear any objections, I would suggest then that the word peer review stay in there. It just seems like that's what people are comfortable with. Okay, so we've kind of delved into going through these goal by goal. Let's pop up. Brandon, can you go up to the goal 1 where you have the objectives, the slide, and we'll kind of tease apart and see if everybody's okay with yeah, there we go. With goal 1 then. But Bonnie, I'm going to hold off for a second for the panelists, but I got you. Keep your hand up. So panelists, have any thoughts about the specific, well, we talked about specific wording, but any thoughts about this goal in specific? Everybody okay with it? Okay, I'll take that as a silence, as a yes. And Bonnie, I will go ahead and go to you now. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Ryan?
Sorry about that. I guess just a comment about the open access to data. I think that's, I think certainly the goal is to make sure that research results are available, that data are available, but it is a complicated issue. A lot of these projects collect extensive data sets, and what the expectation is for NIMS or some other entity to host that data for a period of time is a pretty complicated topic. So I think that would need to be discussed more in terms of the likelihood of having all data produced under an RSA program be publicly available, because it's been a challenge for the other RSA programs. Thanks.
But you're Ryan, you're okay with the with leaving it in there as it is.
I think it's a lofty goal. I think it's fine to leave in. So I guess I have some questions as to the feasibility given the resources that we have to support these programs, and if there is an expectation for that, how it would be accomplished. It's a question for me.
Okay. Any other comments from the panelists about this? Emerson?
Yes, thank you. Something that I had not thought of before, but Ryan's comments just kind of triggered a thought for me. I think some of the data may in fact be confidential in nature, right? So if we're looking at individual dealer reports, right, for when dealers purchase RSA, I don't know if that's allowed to be public information or not, right? That might be confidential.
That's a good point, Emerson. Is there a suggestion then that I hear from you to say all non-confidential data collected? So add the word non-confidential into that objective.
Yeah, I would be comfortable with that.
Mark?
So I understand Emerson's comment on, as well as the previous one about feasibility, but I just caution people that we're looking at goals and objectives here, and if I could draw an analogy to what we're trying to do with goals and objectives here in an architectural sense, these are sort of conceptual ideas of trying to build something sort of analogous to a house, and so we're looking at we're looking to we're having a house with wiring that's going to provide electrical current or pipes and water, but we're not trying to specify down to the last element of an electrical socket. But we do want to make sure that the wiring is consistent with the National Electrical Code. And so if there's a conceptual conflict here with something that's not legally possible, I think the legality of something is going to prevail. But to the extent that it's consistent with applicable law with regard to confidentiality rules and regulations under the Magnuson Act or other applicable law or executive orders, the concept here of providing open access is going to prevail. To Ryan's comment about feasibility and whether it's cost prohibitive or something, those are details to be worked out down the line. If you recall in the earlier workshops, when we talked about this issue about open access and archiving, Olaf Jensen, proposed several ideas of alternative regimes that are used in academia to preserve and archive data that didn't rely on NOAA funds that could be looked into and pursued. And so I think there's opportunities here as you get into further details. But what we're trying to build here at the goals and objectives level is, what are we trying to shoot for? And, subject to, constraints on the legality of things and subject to, the costs, those are details that will be worked out as we move down the line. But if we can't specify what we're trying to include in our architecture at this point, and we're starting to build up barriers, to the considerations of what we want in our design portfolio, without even working through them at this high level stage, then I think we're going to be suffering from some kind of a paralysis of ever getting to the desired features of an RSA program that we were working towards from the first three workshops. So I'm just trying to keep it in scale. This is the time to be looking at the higher level conceptual model of the content of what's desired in the program.
Okay, Thanks, Mark. I'm going to go to Chris and then I will go to Bonnie because I know she has to leave in 10 minutes. So Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I had the same thoughts as Emerson, but I agree with Mark's comments about not digging in too deep on these and keeping a high level. The wording might be fine as is, or adding this at the end. I think Mark suggested or mentioned something like subject to confidentiality laws and regulations. It doesn't mean the data is not accessible. It's just the public might not be able to get it down to the individual fisherman level. We'll do that as a state agency, as we'll sometimes clump data together, to avoid confidentiality issues when the public requests it. So it's there, but just maybe not at that detailed level that folks with confidentiality clearance could view.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Bonnie, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, and I'm sorry to be so disruptive, so I'm jumping off anyway, so I won't have any more questions. I just wanted to mention, and I'm coming obviously from a fishing-centric place, but when you have all 4 goals there, I remember back when it started, Danny Cohen, NFI, side-by-side research with Rutgers, then the NEMAP funding. I honestly believe from a messaging standpoint, I think goal 4 should be the first one, because the bottom line is in order to get to the research set-aside component, you have to have the fishing industry as part of the plan. And I think the goal is to have scientific and fishing communities, the general public, have trust. Obviously, there's been lacks of trust, there have been breaches. But I honestly think that that is the first goal, and then all of the others fall from that. Because obviously, if the fishermen are going to be the ones that are purchasing this and or taking part in that, I think they should be in the forefront. Thank you very much for your time. Have a great day, everyone.
Thanks, Bonnie. Okay. Any thoughts on, we'll come back to Bonnie's comment, but any thoughts on goal 1? As it stated? Any additional thoughts, I should say? Okay. Barring any more, why don't we move to goal 2? Brandon, there we go. Okay, so goal 2, ensure effective monitoring, accountability and enforcement of RSA quota enforcement and administration with the following objectives. Any thoughts or comments about the wording of goal 2 or the objectives underneath it? Lee?
Well, it just struck me that the first dot under goal 2 is minimize law and administration burdens. I would say that should go further down. It's definitely 1, but I wouldn't say minimizing there would be the first one.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Brandon. I don't think the objectives are prioritized, are they? It was just the goals were prioritized. Is that correct?
No, the objectives were prioritized too. I mean, I would say that we did spend some less time on the committee did, but they certainly moved things around. Like I'm trying to, the one we just spent some time on, like initially this ensure all data is collected, is open access. That originally, when we created the list, that was the first one, the first objective listed under this goal. And the committee moved that one to the bottom, feeling that that was probably the lowest priority amongst the different objectives. So the objectives are also prioritized.
Okay. Any thoughts about Lee's recommendation or about any of the other objectives or the wording of goal 2? Kate?
Thanks. So I don't remember going through all of these sub-objectives in a lot of detail, but looking at it now, I mean, it looks like the fourth bullet apply enhanced, adaptive, and consistent enforcement standards and controls. Maybe should be bumped higher on the list then. Perhaps to be the first bullet. I'll throw that out there, see if folks disagree or have other thoughts.
Okay, thanks, Kate. Any thoughts about that? Moving objective 4 up?
And perhaps, sorry, perhaps the last bullet too. I mean, it's very similar to that fourth one.
Any thoughts on that? Anybody want to comment?
If I can just jump in, I agree with her. And so I would say move those up and move minimize law and administration agency down. We're a sleepy lot today. If you throw something out and you say, has anybody got anything to say about it? Everybody keeps their mouth shut. So I'll come back in and agree with Kate and propose those shifts.
Okay, thanks, Lee. Michelle?
Thanks, Lee. I'm not sleepy. I just don't want to be the one doing all the talking. So, but I like Kate's suggestion of, moving what is currently bullet number 4, that apply enhanced, adaptive, and consistent enforcement standards and controls up, because I think that will actually lead to minimizing law enforcement and administrative burdens. So I think moving that up makes sense, as well as moving up the last bullet. Again, I think those enhanced, adaptive, and consistent standards and controls can help to ensure compliance with reporting and use, as well as minimize the law and administrative burdens. So I support that suggestion.
Okay. Thanks, Michelle. Any, Ryan?
Speaking on the federal side, I don't think improving the ability to revoke fishing privileges I mean, we already have that ability. We do it. So perhaps that's something that's specific to the states. But I don't see the need to have that as a bullet when it already clearly exists on our side. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Ryan. Any thoughts about that? Chris?
Yeah, that second bullet, if I remember correctly, I think was really more state specific. Not all states had the ability to at least revoke the state permits that were needed. So I think, and some of the folks from the states who were more involved in the enforcement workshop could probably weigh in better than I can. But I do remember that being a challenge for some states, just based on the permits and enforcement of things at the state level.
Thanks, Chris. That's a good clarification. I do remember that also. Is there then a potential suggestion to add in there? Of course, it's state specific, but improve states' ability to revoke RSA fishing privileges? Kate?
Yeah, that was the suggestion that I was going to make, to add the word states into bullet number 2. And then so I'm trying to figure out a way to easily refer to all these bullets, because it sounds like we're making several changes to the order. I don't know, Brandon, if you have the ability to type in a little number next to them, but so I guess I have a suggested order such that it would be bullet 4, then 6, then 5, then 1, 3, and 2. But if we didn't need to get into that much detail, you know, we don't have to go down that path either. Just a suggestion.
Brandon?
Sorry, I'm moving between my notes and this. So I don't have the ability to do it on the screen. This is in a PowerPoint that I pulled into the webinar, so I can't manipulate what I have here. I mean, I can pull up the actual PowerPoint if we need to, but I have those, the order that you just provided, Kate. So I think, so, you know, I'm sure Andy's capturing things too. So we'll capture all of those, you know, for the future, for when the committee gets together. But I also raised my hand because I do have a question for Ryan. So in regards to the ability to revoke a RSA privileges. So I'm assuming you have the ability to pull the exempted fishing permit from a particular vessel for that year. If there's some, does NIMS also have the ability to, like, and I don't know if this is what the committee wants or if this is what we're thinking for a future program, but if a vessel did something within the RSA program, broke some sort of law, we revoke the RSA, their exempted fishing permit for that year, does NIMS also have the ability to prohibit that vessel from participating in the RSA program in the future? Again, I don't know if that's what that bullet is specifically speaking to as well, but I'm just thinking about the ability to minimize, you know, sort of bad actors from getting back into the program into the future, not just in a particular year.
Yes, we do. We have a policy at NIMS that vets vessels prior to issuing them a permit. So we're looking at their violation history. And that would include, you know, issues under RSA. So if they, you know, if there's an issue, we have the discretion not to, you know, issue the permit to that vessel. You know, similarly, if an issue arises while that vessel has a permit, we will revoke the permit, essentially, you know, notify the grant recipient of, you know, the issue and reissue the permit without that vessel on it.
Okay. Just a time check. It's 11 o'clock. We have slated anyway, I think 30 more minutes on this topic, and we've gone through 2 of the goals if we're done with goal 2. But I guess I'll ask, is there anything else on goal 2 that you'd like to raise as an issue? Okay, is there any member of the public that has a comment on goal 2 or the objectives? I don't see any hands. Let's go ahead then and move to goal 3. Goal 3, generate resources to fund research projects that align with the priorities of the council in terms of funding. And then there are the objectives under there. So any thoughts or comments on goal 3 or the objectives? Ryan?
Thank you. I have a question about the second bullet and provide an equitable opportunity to fund research across managed species. For me, the question that comes up is, you know, under the previous program, and I should recall this offhand, but I don't, but there was some limitation on, you know, using funds generated from one species to support another. And since we know that only a couple of the species that had been set aside previously generated any amount of research dollars, you know, how does that relate to this? Is the and maybe this is something that would be fleshed out further down the road. But this bullet as is indicates that it would really, you know, basically the species of value could be used to support any of the other species where dollars are not generated, if that makes any sense. Thanks.
Brandon?
Yeah, just to that. I mean, I think that's a good point, and I think it was part of the, right, so as the committee was developing goals and objectives, depending upon what is included here, would inform decisions that are within the decision tree. And so part of the, so if you included this particular bullet, right, provide equitable opportunity to fund research across all council managed species, if the committee and the group thinks that this is an objective you want to achieve, then you are making a decision within the decision tree, right? That as you indicated, Ryan, that only a handful or a couple of species generate the majority of the funds to support research. But I think by including this, and you'll see it, I think, in the decisions of the committee in the decision tree, that, for example, money raised by selling, summer flounder quota could be used to support research on chub mackerel or blue line tilefish. So that was the intent. So by having it here and the draft decision that's in the decision tree aligns with that you would utilize the summer flounder quota, and money generated could support research beyond just summer flounder. It could be used for those other species.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Brandon. Any other thoughts about goal 3 or the objectives or the order of any of the objectives? Emerson?
Yeah, thank you. I think the goal is good, and I think the objectives are good, but I'm just going to raise one issue here in this discussion, and I don't suggest that we change the objective, but maximize revenues from RSA quota. Yes, I think that's what we need to do, but it kind of depends on how you define maximize, right? And maybe this is something that will just get fleshed out if the program moves forward, similar to what Mark was talking about before. We don't need to talk about the specific electrical outlets in the house. We just need to say that it's going to be wired, right? In his analogy. But anyhow, so maximizing revenues doesn't necessarily mean obtaining the highest gross price per pound for the species that are going to be monetized. It's a matter of what the net return is, not necessarily the gross return. And that kind of goes along with what we spoke about under goal 2, the objective to minimize law enforcement and administrative agency and researcher burdens. So if we minimize, law enforcement and administrative burdens, then that helps to maximize revenues as well. But if we do something in terms of maximizing gross revenues that end up increasing law enforcement and administrative burdens, then we're not really maximizing the net revenue. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Emerson. Any other comments or thoughts or suggestions for goal 3 from the panelists? Not seeing any. Anything from the public on this goal 3 or objectives? Okay, let's move on then to goal 4. Okay, goal 4, foster collaboration and trust between scientific and fishing communities and the general public. Let's start out with just any comments from the panelists or suggestions for the goal wording or the objectives underneath it. Ryan?
Thank you. Going back to what Bonnie had said earlier about, kind of the importance of having, the fishing industry engaged, involved. I look at, to me, there's a lot of overlap between 1 and 4. In my view, I think they probably could be one goal. You know, I think inherently, you know, the nature of the RSA programs, they're collaborative. They entail working with the fishing industry at some level. Generally, the research is intended to be applied to support management and, you know, research questions. So, I think collaborative research is you know, an effective approach to, you know, performing strong, sound science. So it's just a general comment that I think these could be combined, given the overlap, in my view. Thanks.
Thanks, Ryan. Any Lee?
Well, as hard as it may sound, I think that foster collaboration should remain at Go For. It's very important. I don't doubt it, and I think the more you get them in, the better the program is going to be. But we don't want to foster collaboration at the expense of good science or the expense of accountability or generating resources. So, Bonnie's not here. She may throw a rock at me. No, she won't. She's a perfect lady. But I can rest easy tonight saying, all due respect to the need for collaboration, I'm happy to have it at Go For.
Thanks, Lee. Michelle?
Sorry, trying to find my unmute button here. Yeah, I'm sort of torn about that. I do like having it as a specific goal. I certainly understand where Bonnie's coming from. You know, this was the goal of the previous version of the RSA program. You know, I would hope that with the other goals and the way that we've talked about them and some of the objectives within them, that it's clear that, you know, all of these are interrelated and that we are they support one another, and they support, and previous goals support this goal. I think in that light, I was gonna make a Kate Wilkie type suggestion, and you know, perhaps propose that the second bullet, I think maybe moves up to the top, because I think that speaks a little bit more broadly to what this goal is trying to do as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Michelle. Mark?
Yeah, you know, in listening to the totality of all of the discussions through these workshops, you know, it strikes me that the notion of scientific research here, and why the council would be taking such a huge step to take these dollars away from the regular revenue stream of fishermen and put them towards research, really strikes me as the, you know, sort of the prime reason here for an RSA program. It's not necessarily to buy greater collaboration. I mean, what's the benefit we're trying to achieve here that brings the greatest value to everybody, which is scientific knowledge that would not otherwise be obtained by spending these very scarce, you know, dollars on a scientific inquiry breakthrough that's going to benefit everybody. That's going to, you know, that to me is the payoff of the RSA program. And no doubt there's, you know, a huge, you know, gap between, you know, trust and believability in science and needing to build better bridges. But, you know, it's that scientific gap in knowledge that is causing problems for the success of fisheries management. And if the council is trying to bridge that gap and saying, you know, we don't have enough data to make the right kinds of decisions or to ensure that our actions are going to be successful, and we're willing to develop a program to do that in collaboration with the industry through an RSA program, I think that's the science that's driving this. That's the real reason for RSA. The fact that we can do it collaboratively and help build these bridges in doing so is relevant and extremely important, but it's that knowledge base that we're trying to fill in that's the reason for this whole RSA program in the first place. So I think the order is appropriately reflecting what the deliberations of the RSC has been talking about for the last several years in their deliberation. So I think they've got it right.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Any other thoughts or comments? Ryan?
Sorry to be chiming in so much, but it was pointed out to me, and again, this is just to kind of add a precaution to, you know, what the expectations are for some of these things. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but I'll, you know, point out that, you know, the competitive grant process, you know, there are parts of that are confidential. There's parts of the fishing, you know, the harvest that are confidential. So there are certain aspects of the program where we are not open. We try to be transparent about what that process is, but there are always questions about exactly, you know, why a project was selected or another one was not, and that information is just not something that enters the public arena. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Good to hear the perspective of the person coordinating the RSA program. Any other thoughts or comments about Goal 4? Michelle?
Thanks, Andy. So Ryan's comments, well taken, and, you know, words matter. So ensure might be something that we want to think about. But also, I think we're going to have to, you know, be very deliberate about, and I think we have been thus far, the committee has been, about the, you know, the goals as they've been developed and the order that we have prioritized them in, you know, explaining that as we develop our final recommendations. So I think just being very, very conscious of that. So, and then I think it looks like Paul Rego put something in the chat that we may want to look at.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Good comments. Any other thoughts or comments or response to Paul's comment in the chat? So it's sounding like the big issue of moving Goal 4 to Goal 1 is not really supported by the panelists. Few thoughts and words about tweaking the potentially tweaking the order of some of the objectives under this. Kate, did you have a comment? Oh, your hand went down. If you did, put your hand back up. Okay. Any other thoughts or comments? Any comments from the public about Goal 4 or the objectives under Goal 4? All right, not seeing any, except for Kate. Go ahead.
Thanks. So can you hear me?
Yes, good. Go ahead.
Okay, good. I think we're all just kind of struggling to raise our hands quickly. So I appreciate all this discussion about the interconnection and relationship between goals 4 and 1. So while it sounds like the all of the commenters are settling on leaving them separate, and I think that's fine. And I just want to acknowledge and support what Michelle said about how they really are interrelated and support one another. And I think that when we had this discussion at the committee level, we also talked about that interconnection between these goals, and in particular goals 1 and 4. So I'll leave it at that, and I think it's fine with me to leave it as a separate goal as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Kate. Any other thoughts or comments from panelists or the public about goal 4? All right, I'm not seeing any. Let me then step back at a broad level and before we leave the topic and move to the next one, and just say any other comments about any of the goals or objectives 1 through 4. There's always, again, I'll remind people, there's always the opportunity to provide comments through the website, the RSA website on the Mid-Atlantic Council's web page. So if you are wake up in the middle of the night thinking about these, then go to the website and type in your comment, and it will be captured and considered by the RSC. So with that, a little bit ahead of schedule, again, not too bad. Let's move on to the initial discussions in the topic areas. So the first one is topic 1, and that is who is involved in the RSA program. Mark Holliday is going to tee that issue up. Mark?
Thanks, Andy. So this is I guess the third workshop that I've had an opportunity to address the group, and I appreciate that very much. I'd be remiss if I didn't again note the real collaboration and welcoming that we've gotten from the research steering committee. From day one, Adam, when he was the chair, has been exceedingly open to allowing the SSC Econ work group participate, and Michelle has carried forward as chair now of the group to allow us to offer our ideas and suggestions, and it's really been refreshing to be so welcoming, and we've tried to just be sort of like process support, all of the decisions, all of the conclusions that you've heard about this morning are not the SSC, the work of the steering committee. What we've been doing is been sort of a sounding board for them, providing ideas on the process of how to move forward, organize their ideas, and talk about responses to questions about implications about their decisions. But if the work is theirs, not ours, and so I think it's been a very helpful collaboration. And to me personally, it's been very refreshing opportunity for the SSC members to participate in this work, and so I thank them for that. I did have one comment. I think this is consistently I'm the last speaker between you and lunch again, and I don't know why that is, but I'll try to make this a very engaging and useful presentation. Most of my purpose here this morning is just to tee up the discussion about topic 1, about the discussion about who is involved in the RSA program. And so I'm going to spend probably 5 to 10 minutes teeing up this discussion with some background context for you, and then some of the implications about the decision tree choices that the RSC has made on a preliminary basis to guide Andy's facilitation of your feedback and discussion of their choices. So Brandon, if we could move on. So we're going to look at today's task, making informed recommendations for these three topics. Next slide, please. The topic, of course, that I've been asked to facilitate this morning is who is involved in the RSA program. It's one of the three topics that we've been briefed on by Brandon this morning. Next slide. And when we say, informed decisions, what are we talking about? Informed by the first three workshops. We've had presentations at those workshops from enforcement staff, from the RSA administrator, from state fishery administrators, from NOAA and council staff perspectives, staff who managed the prior RSA auction. We obviously had the white papers and presentations from the SSC Economic Work Group on a host of implications about the design, execution of the past, and potential future RSA programs. And most importantly, we've had members of the public addressed at each of the workshop their contributions about what they thought was worked well or didn't work well in the prior RSA workshops, and got their insight on the record through the council webpage and emails. And so, now it's time to sort out, these facts. We've got additional science research. You've got your personal experience with the prior RSAs. So we're really looking to put this now into a logical framework, make progress on some recommendations based on what we've heard about the goals and objectives and how the RSC apply them to the decision tree framework. Next slide. So the context for this is that we have, as mentioned, a set of choices that have been made preliminarily by the Research Steering Committee among competing ideas, competing options, and alternatives that best meet the overall RSA goals and the subordinate objectives supporting that goal, right? So as a working hypothesis, there's no final decisions that have been made, but this has been presented to the workshop this morning as the opportunity for all of us to see in ground truth their work. Next slide, please. So one of the things I wanted to make sure that everybody understood is that, as we look at the RSC's work, is that we need to accept the fact that trade-offs are a natural consequence of decision-making, right? So we can pursue perfection and try to get to, a perfect RSA program design, but understand that it's probably unobtainable for a variety of reasons. Some of them were mentioned this morning. I mean, it may be unobtainable because of cost, or just because of timing, or maybe perhaps, there's a legality issue. Maybe there's lack of administrative will to make things happen as we want it to be designed. Of course, politics are part of it. I mean, the council process itself is sometimes influenced by politics. And maybe sometimes it's just a lack of imagination. I mean, we have a design in mind, and we just don't have enough thought given to how to follow through and make it happen. Or maybe, perhaps it's just other laws of physics that just won't permit us to get to, the perfect RSA program. But that shouldn't paralyze us. That shouldn't keep us from pushing forward and trying to design the best possible RSA program. And I think that's what the RSC has done, quite nobly in developing their decision tree choices, and are at this conceptual stage. They have not come down to the electrical sockets and what color they are and how many, outlets there are in the house, but they have done a very fine job in getting to this stage, and that's what we're being asked to look at this point. Next slide, please. I think what is important for us to do as part of today's work is to make sure that we document our comments as best as we can. And what I say is, when we say, particularly in our question about who's involved in the RSA program, why are certain classes of participants being included or excluded? So we need to be asking those questions, not just, oh, we left these people out of the program, but why? And it's important to consider like the technical or the geographic or the temporal differences between the classes of people who are in the program as proposed or out of the program as proposed. I mean, not all fishermen are alike in their skills, abilities, and specialties, and the participation in the program, may vary as a result of these differences in considering whether they're in or out. And then you have the considerations of, as I mentioned before, sometimes legal considerations. Magnuson Act, National Standard 4, conservation and management measures shall not discriminate between residents of different states, et cetera, et cetera. So documenting how we meet those kinds of standards in these decisions down the line will be important to have a record of why the RSC and why the design considered these choices as part of the record. Also, making choices is temporal, right? There are the design decisions being talked about in the decision tree. Are they for 1 year? Are they permanent? Are they reviewable over time? So there's a time dimension that we might be wanting to consider that would have some consequence in evaluating the decision tree. And it's important to understand whether or not was everyone or an appropriate scope of people included in the decision making? This is, of course, perhaps obvious in terms of defending the record of your decision, but it's also important to acknowledge that the initial design or the initial concept may not get to be 100% perfect at the first iteration, right? So this first go around may not get everything right, but I think if you document things and you document your decisions well, you'll have a better chance of fixing something if it breaks when it's well documented, leaving the opportunity for future improvements to be much easier down the road. So with that, I think, if we could move on to the next slide. The decision tree choices for topic 1, who's involved in the RSA program. This is just a screenshot of what was in the briefing materials in the on the council webpage, and the choices were 6 sets of choices, 1 through 6, and the choices that are in orange on the screen are the ones that were selected by the RSC for the priority questions. There were secondary questions that are on the handout in the briefing materials that were not addressed in the time constraints for the RSC, but they'll be taken up. But these are the priority ones, and so if you look at who's involved in the RSA programs and what are the choice sets that were followed, the reason for this kind of decision tree was to force a choice. There was a lot of debate about, well, maybe this, maybe that, but the idea of having a design framework was to really provide an organized way to get to sort of a set of answers to some very key questions about who would be involved in the RSA program. So as I'm not going to read through these, step by step, but note as for the next slide, when I get to it, we're going to be looking at what some of the implications are from an economic perspective, putting on our SSC economic hats and looking at, well, these are sort of the consequences, perhaps, with what would be seen as a result of the RSC making some of these choices about, for example, 1B, they chose to allow commercial and for hire sector participation, no private recreational fishermen. Was there an economic implication for that? What would it be? Fixed percentage, and number 2, a fixed percentage of ABCs for each fishery. Different percentages for each fishery is a fixed percentage across all fisheries. 3B was looking at participation for federal only or federal and states, some nuances with sub choices there. The idea of under 4 was allowing states to opt out of shoreside participation. providing required state exemption permits, etc. 5 was looking at providing an upper bound on participation, capping the number of vessels or capping the number by sector, depending on what choice was made earlier on in terms of commercial sector participation by for hire or commercial only. And then 6 was actually requiring some sort of more intensive data collection or monitoring associated with the participants who were involved in the program with respect to an observer choice or a VMS or an AIS activity associated with the participants. So as you can see, we're trying to force decisions to, it's going to be either A or B to help mold a suite of choices for who's involved in the RSA program and what some of those consequences would be for the future, design implications. So this is not a true benefit cost analysis. I mean, we didn't do any quantitative equations or have data, but this was, produced largely by sort of a consensus of the people on the economic work group, largely led by Garrett and his synthesis of the thinking of the group, the implications of the decision tree versus the different management objectives. And basically looking at negative consequence, positive consequence, or neutral consequences, right? So I'm going to step through this by the 4 goals. So luckily, as a result of our morning discussion, we still only have the 4. We don't have 5 or 6, so we didn't have to do anything on the fly. So looking at the goal number 1 about producing peer-reviewed research that maximizes benefits to the councils and the public, enhances the council's understanding of managed resources. The choices that the RSE made in their preliminary view of a design of 1B, 1C, 2A, 3B, 4, and 6B, those are the ones you see on the left-hand side there. The thinking was that they didn't really have any positive or negative consequence on the type of research that could be undertaken by any redeveloped RSA program. And it's important to understand a little bit of why it would be neutral, because we took this in the context of goal number 2 as well, because you'll see when we get to that in the next presentation that there's an ability to use some of the funds in different fisheries under goal 2A. And so, even if you limited to commercial and for hire in 1B in this choice, that doesn't mean that you couldn't conduct research in the private recreational fishermen or any other participants. This is really just who could receive, an allocation and conduct the compensation fishing, for example, but not limiting the kind of research that could be done. So our consensus view was that the economic implications was fairly neutral across all of the different decision tree choices that were made by the RSC for goal number 1. That's not the case for goal number 2, which was ensure effective monitoring, accountability, and enforcement of RSA quota. And again, this is not a quantitative analysis. We couldn't tell you, it's going to cost this much in terms of dollars over a time stream of 5 years, discounted by some percentage. That wasn't the kind of analysis. This is really trying to just get at, if you go in this direction, you might expect these kinds of consequences. So for example, if the decision tree on the first row said, for the commercial and for hire sector, in terms of ensuring accountability, because you're going to have more than just one sector, commercial and in particular the for hire sector, based on the discussions we had in the earlier workshops, is going to have a negative implication. It's going to be more difficult to enforce and more difficult for monitoring that for hire quota. We said there's going to be a negative economic implication. It's going to cost more of the resource cost more dollars to enforce that. So that's why it wound up with a negative in that category. Similarly, choice 1C, the complexity of monitoring and enforcement of the quota as we allocated to a more heterogeneous fleet, as keeping these allocations separate would be negative. 2A, fixed percentage of ABC, we didn't think that would have a particularly positive or negative effect. On the idea of allowing federal and state vessels, the idea of providing allowing federal and state vessels to participate, would be potentially more vessels involved, and the states would not necessarily, based on prior practice, be able to adequately enforce that. And that's why there's an asterisk there, because it's recognizing that financial support would be needed for state permitting and enforcement agencies due to their increased burdens on administration and enforcement. So, if there's a recognition that it's going to require additional resources, that negative may be mitigated by providing that type of support through some other means that were discussed in the prior workshops. On 4, allowing states this opt-out as the option that was chosen, any state's ability to administer the program, if they're obviously going to opt out of the RSA program, that's not necessarily going to, that will, obviously, alleviate any need to worry about enforcement in that state if they're not a participant. But obviously there's consequences for, achieving other goals in terms of conducting research there. And lastly, ensuring accountability, the requirement for some electronic means in terms of VMS or AIS would have a positive impact on facilitating enforcement and monitoring, as we heard at the enforcement workshop in workshop number 3. Moving on to goal number 3, generating resources, the commercial and for hire. You can look at generally, excuse me, those types of choices that were made that would increase competition would generally are expected to have a positive impact. So generating commercial and for hire and allowing federal and state vessels would have a positive economic implication. So 1B and 3B were rated as green positive, whereas those choices that tended to decrease competition, would decrease the revenue available, and those would be 4, 6B, and 1C. Those would things that would be potentially losers from a standpoint of negative. Again, the fixed percentage of ABC was deemed to have a neutral effect. Then the last category, fostering collaboration and trust between scientific fishing communities, the general public, was supported, by 1B, 1C, and 3B, because again, these are all expected to increase participation as broadly as possible across all fisheries, whereas choices 4 and 6B would likely decrease the number of vessel permit holders who would participate in the RSA program, providing a comparative advantage, for vessels already employing VMS or AIS, thus undermining goal number 4. So again, these are sort of snapshots given the level of detail of the program design at this point, given the level of data and information based on the first 3 workshops. This is our snapshot of the economic implications of the decision tree choices made by the research steering committee at this point in time. And you can see it's a mixed bag, but that's not unexpected. And as you make further refinements in the details of the design program, we may be able to, make some more specific modeling choices, or we may be able to say some of these reds and greens get switched around as we have some more information about the specifics come forward as the design gets more detailed. So that's my snapshot view of how the program has shaped up so far, as who's involved in the RSA program. And I'd like to answer any specific questions about this table and then turn it back over to Andy to facilitate the larger discussion about the RSE's choices about their highest priority choices for this topic one question. Hey, did I have my computer on mute the entire time?
Ryan has a question.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Mark. There's a lot of information here. So I think you did a great job covering a bit. I guess a clarification. I pulled up the PDF on the council's website for the previous table you had, and that indicated for 6, it indicated that the require AIS or VMS was edited to be allow, which is obviously a big difference. And if it is allow, to me, it basically turns that positive under accountability to neutral. So I guess that's just a question.
Okay, that's a great question. So if you're saying if it's not a requirement as opposed to it's discretionary, that would change the accountability because there's no guarantee that people are going to be using it. Is that's
yeah? There's no change. I mean, there's some vessels have it, some don't.
Right.
I don't think if they don't need it, they're not going to get it.
Right. So yeah, I think your point's well taken. I think maybe that's an adjustment that we'd need to reflect in the table then. Yeah, may have missed that. Sorry.
Michelle?
Thanks, Andy, and thank you, Mark. I really appreciate the thoroughness and the detail with which you walked through this, and sort of the I guess just all the considerations that we need to think about, and the message that these types of trade-offs are just a natural consequence of decision making. And so just I guess maybe to highlight for everybody that this sort of qualitative assessment of the effects of these draft decisions is really, again, based on the economic piece. So does something create more competition and therefore more value, versus, is there a decision that, will decrease value and therefore, is listed as negative? And I know that that's a different way than many of us tend to think about these types of decisions. So just, I guess maybe just highlighting that and reaffirming that that's the framework within which this qualitative trade-off assessment is made, is about value and competition. Thanks.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't want. So the one thing is I don't want to send a doom and gloom message if something's negative that it's necessarily a showstopper for people, because we don't really have any scale here, right? So something could be positive and there could be 2 negatives, and that doesn't mean there's not a wash or that there's. I mean, we have no way of saying that there's a what the net is across a row, right? So if there's a positive, negative, and a negative, or a negative and 2 positives, these are just qualitative measures of direction without any real sense of magnitude here. So I wouldn't say that you should base your a decision as a showstopper to go one way or another. But I think we're trying to inform you that, or the public about, well, there are trends here that if you are increasing competition or decreasing competition, you would expect, all things equal, that this is what you would see in terms of increasing the costs associated with enforcement or the revenues associated with raising funds. So, I mean, these are just kind of fundamental pieces of the economic equation. So I just want to sort of hope people don't read too much into it and say, oh, the sky is falling because there's red here, or we're flush with money because there's green here. It's really just to help inform sort of the directional consequences of making decisions in the way. If they were all red, all the time, that might be a pretty interesting signal to weigh on. Or if they were all green all the time, that'd be a pretty strong signal. But to see that there's a mix of things doesn't surprise me. And to the extent that as you develop further and further detail, or the council develops, if they choose to go forward, I should always preface that, if the council were to go forward and they start developing the details of a plan, staff and others will be able to provide more quantitative measures of what some of these consequences would be. And that's as it is for any of the FMP development or amendment plan processes that go on. So we're just trying to give you sort of a flavor of what's going on to the best of our ability at this stage of the process.
And I thank you for that, Mark. And that was exactly the type of, I guess, exclamation point that I was hoping that you'd provide for this. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Mark. I think it's an excellent presentation. I'll take one more question about your table or your presentation, and then let's move into the actual topic areas or questions under this topic area. So, Adam, you have the last question about the table.
Would you feel, Mark, that there's room for discussion about the classification of any of these cells today? I certainly appreciate the work that the SSC has done, but some of the comments and thoughts I've heard suggest that there may be people here who have some different thoughts about contributing factors that may cause a tipping of the scales of one or more of these cells to move into a different direction. So is there a high level of comfortability from the SSC in terms of saying we wouldn't suggest modification of this, or do we think there's room for discussion about potentially modifying what this table looks like today? Because we've got more steps. We've got the expectation that recommendations will come out of this, but we've still got another committee meeting. We've ultimately got the council to go through. So what are your thoughts on the finality of this table as it sits here today?
Yeah, thanks very much, Adam. So, yeah, I think you're spot on. I think I mentioned earlier that the contents of this could change, based on additional information, both as the design element, the design information itself becomes, or even as a result of further discussion, this morning. So yeah, I don't think this is fixed. I think it's based on the cumulative knowledge and discussions that we've had, both as observers to the RSC process and the deliberations of the SSC Econ work group. But as more information becomes available and more insights and more conversations and data come up, I think there's obviously great opportunity to refine the contents of the cells. So yeah, it represents the state of knowledge as of the presentation I made this morning. So Ryan's already pointed out that I missed something. So yeah, obviously they're not final.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Lee, do you have a very quick question because we do need to get into discussing the questions under this topic. But
Of course, I will be quick. To get on to this point, I think that probably the representations in the boxes are okay. And in response to Adam's question, the real issue is on any one of those things, do the people who finally make the discussion think if there's a positive and a negative? Sometimes, like Mark said, trade-offs are there. They're going to be there. We have to say, all right, yeah, it's got some negatives and it's got some positives, but in the bottom line, at the end of the day, we think the positives outweigh. So I would be I think it's just as important to realize that point as to say, let's quibble around and change the things in the boxes. A negative does not mean that particular item cannot be selected if there's a positive in another category. And I guess we also have to remember that the goals are priority issues too. So what about a negative on goal 3 and a positive on goal 1? Does that matter? Well, even that I don't think is enough, because it really depends upon how negative is negative and how positive is positive. If that sounds like Bill Clinton, sorry.
Thanks, Bill. I mean, Lee. Okay. Mark, thanks again. That's a extremely valuable tee up to this issue and to the end of the questions that we're going to be talking about this afternoon too. So really appreciate that presentation. Can we pull up the yeah, there we go. Is that big enough for everybody to read? Who's involved in the RSA program, topic number 1? So this is the decision tree table for this topic that the RSC went through. And so for the first question, number 1B, who's involved in the RSA program, allow commercial and for-hire sector participation, no private recreational fishermen. That was the choice by the RSC, the preferred option, if you will. Is there any thoughts or comments about that? Ryan?
Thank you. I guess very general comment. I think it is because of the interrelatedness of all of these topics, it is a challenge, and I really think Brandon and others did a great job of preparing these. With respect to 1B, what I look at when I look at participation, it really gets at the issue of enforcement and the scale of the program, the number of vessels, the level of activity, the types of exemptions that vessels have. I think that's important to keep in mind. I think there's a question for me as to, I think everybody tends to want to have an equitable, open, program that allows various sectors of the industry to participate in. That's part of the goals. That's one of the goals or objectives of the program. But when you get to, there's as we've discussed, a clear conflict with that, and then having a manageable, enforceable program. And so for me, having the inclusion of for-hire sector vessels, there's a question about, what does including those vessels in the program do to make the program successful? It certainly gets at having an equitable, open program. I think as Mark showed, it does reduce the ability to enforce the program. And I think, as importantly, we do have information about, at least when the program was operating, which vessels participated and where the funds were generated. So, the goal of generating money to support the primary goal of the program, science, how important was it for hire vessels to be involved in the program in order to generate funds to support the science? And I don't have, it's been a long time since I've looked at that information, but we do have that information. And I think that's part of that would be very valuable, engaging the relative importance of having the need to have broader participation versus less participation. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Emerson?
Yes, thank you. I've got a kind of a broad comment here in terms of the title we have for topic 1, who is involved in the RSA program. I think it might be appropriate to term that who could be involved in the RSA program, right? Because ultimately, it's up to the PI in terms of who's going to monetize that RSA allocation, right? So a particular individual may qualify under the 6 different categories that we have there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they will be involved that particular year in the program. So I would be more comfortable if this category was who could be involved in the RSA program, right? If I get an award, and if both the for-hire sector and the commercial sector are allowed to participate, then it's my decision really in terms of how much of that allocation I'm going to have the for-hire sector monetize for me or the commercial sector monetize for me. And if I've got to worry as well about enforcement issues, or I would rather not worry about enforcement issues. So, I would be more comfortable, for instance, with vessels who have VMS and AIS participating. I mean, I've got some other comments too, but I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Thanks, Emerson. Adam?
We've heard repeatedly, particularly from our SSC participants, about the trade-offs that we have to consider as we go through this process. And one of those trade-offs is ultimately going to be what is going to affect the buy-in of all parties that this would affect. So if we choose to make a decision in this row 1 that may exclude certain parties, if there is discontent with that decision, what does that discontent sow with regards to the promotion of overall opposition to the program, in particularly if we're taking that quota off the top, if you will. So if we exclude a certain group, we take quota off the top, then that group says, well, we understand that this is ultimately for the benefit of science and research, which should long-term benefit me, but I've got questions and concerns about what's going on. I don't have access to this quota. I'm losing it, that I know for sure. Therefore, I'm opposing anything coming off the top for that research work. So clearly, again, it's about the trade-offs. But one of the things I don't think that we've had much conversation about that I just want to put out there that I think we all need to consider is that it goes beyond the things that we've explicitly talked about here, and we need to also consider what it's going to promote from individuals in terms of long-term support for the program. And if we make a decision to exclude somebody that's going to sow some negative sentiment and opposition towards the program, that needs to be a consideration we have moving forward. So my overall comment at this point is to include, whatever participants that we can. I'm comfortable with what I see here on the screen with regards to 1B, including the participation of commercial and for hire. There's lots of difficulty here with the private sector in terms of being compliant with the program itself. Certainly the permitting aspect is a large part of it. I'm comfortable with the phasing in of that, but I think if we were to look more at 1A, it would start to sow some of that discontent by exclusion.
Thanks, Adam. Any other thoughts or comments about, let's keep our comments to topic one, number one, for right now. Paul?
Thank you. Yeah, to echo Adam's comments, but also to add on, I understand just by adding a sector, it's increasing a burden, but the for-hire sector is much easier to monitor and enforce. You have a lot of public on each vessel, and they run on schedules. They almost exclusively depart from and land at the same dock on published schedules. And the money's generated, and I think it needs to be said that if this is done with both sectors, there need to be separate auctions, because you could generate a lot more revenue per pound of fish with the for-hire sector, because they don't have to turn a pound of fish into dollars to cover what they spend plus profit and fuel. It's an opportunity to catch fish that they're selling, so they can literally sell the opportunity to catch 200 pounds of fish a couple of times. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Any other thoughts or comments about topic one, question one? Michael?
Yeah, I would just comment that can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I would just comment that where they rank on that matrix that you showed earlier depends a lot on the details of what the program ultimately comes out at. For example, including the for-hire sector, the accountability negative implication of doing that can be greatly affected by if the recreational sector participants fish out of season for the species or in season for the species. And there's the point being that there's a lot of nuances that affect where these options would fall in that matrix.
Thank you, Michael. Any other questions or comments about topic one, question one? We haven't talked about 1C, which is allocation of quota cross sectors or keep separate, and the RSC has recommended keeping separate. Is everybody okay with that? Ryan?
Could you please just clarify what exactly that means? Thank you.
Mark, I'll turn that to you.
So it's pretty straightforward. So there's one quota for everybody, or keeping separate quotas for the for-hire, keeping separate quotas for the commercial. So keeping them separate means each one has their own.
And is that at the the council specification process, or would there be an expectation that the awards will be monitoring separate quota allocations between sectors?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
I guess if there's different bins of fish, how those bins of, assuming the council would be establishing those bins of fish within a species, I'm assuming this means. So there would be, conceivably a for-hire bin of summer flounder and a commercial. that the council's establishing.
Yes. Yes.
I guess, it complicates monitoring because we have additional bins of fish that we need to monitor, allocate, that the PIs will be responsible for keeping track of to make sure that they're apportioning their allotments correctly, that sort of thing. So I guess that's a general comment that it complicates the administration of the oversight of the harvest.
Understood.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Let's see, Paul.
Thank you. Yeah, I kind of mentioned it in my previous comment. I think they do need to remain separate, and it should be at the council level, only because the for-hire vessel can spend a lot more money on a pound of sea bass or fluke than a commercial vessel does. They're not constrained by potential market value. And what it was done, I'm not sure how it can be that much more of a burden as far as the auction goes. I don't understand that, because that's the way it was done towards the end of the program before it was closed, and it seemed pretty straightforward, but I probably don't
If
know.
I could just, I think just to respond to that, and I think I may be confusing this. Does this mean that the council would be, taking a proportion out of the recreational quota, but the amount of RSA for summer flounder, for example, that we are awarding through a competition would be one lump sum of summer flounder? It wouldn't be one bunch, it wouldn't be separated. If that's the case, then I think I just misunderstood what that meant.
Right. Well, what happened was say it's 3%, whatever is decided to come off of the top, it comes off the top, and then it was split between the recreational or the for-hire and commercial sectors along the RecCom sector allocation for that particular species. But that could be adjusted as well. I'm just saying I feel that it should be set only to prevent, domination by a for-hire industry or whomever may decide to bid more.
Okay. Thanks, Paul. Let's see, Emerson.
Yes, thank you. A couple of things. One is, and I said this early on, probably at workshop 1, we have to remember that the RSA program is not the auction, and the auction is not the RSA program, right? So I think we need to have these discussions based on the fact that there could be both. In fact, it's going to come up under the next topic, right? Both bilateral agreements and third-party auctions. So I don't think we can just assume that a PI is going to participate or allocate their RSA award through an auction. So that's one thing. And the other is in terms of keeping the allocation of quota separate. Again, I'm not sure how that's going to work, right? And maybe that'll be developed as this program, if this program moves forward. But as a researcher, am I going to be told that here's your award, but of this award, you have to have the commercial industry monetize this percent of your award, and you have to have the for-hire industry monetize this percent of your award. Or conversely, when I put together a proposal, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here. When I put together a proposal, am I going to request a certain percent for commercial to monetize and a certain percent for recreational? So I think by keeping them separate here, we're complicating things. Thank you.
Thanks, Emerson. Just real quick, a time check. It's 12:13 by my clock, and we have 5 more questions to go through under this topic area. So I'm going to go to Paul first, and then back to Mike. But Paul, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, real quickly, Emerson. I wasn't saying that each project should split split their resource. That's kind of ridiculous. I was thinking the overall allocation, the whole set aside, should be one for the other.
Right, but in terms of a researcher, then, so what am I? You know, if I'm successful at obtaining an RSA award, then I'm being told that I have to use the commercial industry for this percent of my award and the for-hire industry for that percent of my award. Is that kind of where you're going with this?
Not at all. No, I'm just saying that out of an overall set aside for the species, there should be plenty in each sector to be able to to get an award for whichever sector you want to use.
Yeah, but how do I handle that as a researcher? Right? Again, does that mean I have to have a certain percent monetized by commercial and a certain percent monetized by for hire? And what if I'm doing it? What if I'm doing an at-sea project, and we're going to be harvesting a lot of RSA allocation during the research? So, I don't know.
We could talk about it later on. But I mean, I think that would be as part of your project. You would say which portion you were going to use it from, commercial or for hire. But we could talk about it another time.
Yep. Okay. All right. I'm going to yeah, this is a detail that the committees will need to discuss and iron out during the next meeting. So Mike, I'm going to give you the last comment on this topic area, and then we'll move on to, I'm sorry, not topic area, but question, and then we'll move on. So go ahead.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to point out that allocating the quota between sectors would fail to maximize the revenue generated from the program.
Okay. Are we ready to move on? Is there any objection to moving on to question 2 under topic number 1? Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Question 2, the RSC is recommending that a fixed percentage of the ABC for each fishery, i.e. different percentages for each fishery. Is there any comment or discussion, questions about that? Question 2A. All right.
Trying to give folks an opportunity to raise their hand, but to me, there's a question as to whether what the rationale is for setting aside quota for species where we have a pretty clear track record demonstrating they don't generate any money, and how that I think it. And I understand there are research questions and issues for all of the species managed by the council. But the ability for the program to generate funds is limited to basically summer flounder and black sea bass, and to some extent scup and longfin. And bluefish, but when you look at the actual dollars generated, it quickly drops to insignificant when you're talking about summer flounder and black sea bass. So, perhaps it makes sense to have some the ability for the council to set aside a portion to support this program. But I guess I don't know where that question falls into this discussion as to whether it makes sense to be reserving set aside when that set aside is not going to generate money and consequently support research. Thank you.
Okay, Garrett, do you have an answer to that?
Yeah, I guess I'll just pick up on what Ryan just left off with, in that, it's not clear to me that the most valuable species today will be the most valuable species tomorrow. And so there's some value in allowing the council flexibility as to which stocks and which species are actually allowed to be incorporated into the RSA program.
Thanks, Garrett. I appreciate that, and I agree. It's just, I think when the council considers setting aside a species under an FMP, if this program is back on the books, there's a look at whether that's going to generate money, because doing so creates work for the council. It creates work for NOAA and the recipients without there being any payoff. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Chris?
Yeah, thanks. Trying to remember from the previous RSA program where I think for each for the different species, it was up to 3% could be allocated to RSA. And if it's that up to percentage, the council would then have the option to just not allocate RSA to a particular species that probably at that time wouldn't have any value, as RSA, because of just the price per pound or landings far below the quota. And if that's the case, I guess two things: can we do that in this situation? And if that's the case, would that cut down on some of the administrative steps that both council, the council and service would have to take on any of these species when it comes to RSA?
Mark, can you take that?
I'm sorry, I'm typing a chat. Sorry. Missed the question. Please repeat it for me.
So basically, Chris, if I'm not mistaken, you're asking, does the council still have the option of not allocating species? Is that what your question was, Chris?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if we set a fixed percentage of ABC for each fishery, and we basically review this through specifications any given year.
Oh, great.
Yeah, we can have it like up to X percent, but the council can choose a lower percent or 0% for a given species.
Yeah, that's what they've done in the past. Exactly right. Yes.
Okay.
Exactly correct. Yeah.
Great. Thanks. Didn't mean to catch you off guard there, Mark.
No, I was typing. I can't listen and type at the same time. It's no wonder I can type at all. So.
Yeah, I understand. Ryan.
Just to comment on the percentage versus fixed pounds, just to offer from, program administration perspective, fixed pounds is preferred. It allows for better planning for, what the program's going to be able to support. It tends to extricate the grant process somewhat from the council specification setting process if we know what that number is going to be. So I guess and it's a direction that we have been encouraging. When this question comes up and there's the opportunity to amend the program and how it operates, we've been encouraging those programs to shift from a percentage to a fixed amount. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Okay, I'm going to suggest that we move on to question 3 under topic 1, unless there's any big objection. Question 3 is allowing participation of different vessels, and the RSC has recommended that allow participation by federally permitted and state permitted vessels, both. Are there any questions or comments under question 3, topic 1? Everybody good with that? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. So let's move on to question 4.
Andy, sorry,
Yep.
this is Brandon. Just to note that the committee was supportive, as you just noted, of participation by both federal and state permitted vessels. But I think equally as important in terms of their considerations were those sub options, right? That there needs to be a standardized and appropriate reporting for those vessels, particularly for state vessels, right? There's lots of reporting in place for federally permitted vessels, and the same sort of reporting requirements should apply to those state vessels. And maybe there would want to be a consideration to phase in state vessels. I just wanted to note that again, they were supportive of allowing both, but that there are some stipulations to support the addition of the state permitted vessels.
Thanks, Brandon. Okay. Question 4. And it's about allowing states to opt out or not. Question 4, the RSC's recommended allow states to opt out of shoreside participation in an RSA program, i.e. providing required state exemption permits, etc. Any comments or questions on that, on question 4 under topic 1? Ryan?
Just for clarification, I mean, it seems like the states have discretion with issuing permits, but is this also saying that the expectation was for vessels that operate in a state but don't need state exemptions, that the federal, permit would not allow those vessels to land in that state?
Mark, can I throw that over to you? Or Michelle, do you have an answer to that?
Yeah, I don't think that was part of the discussion detail that the RSC undertook. I don't recall that level of detail being discussed. Do you, Michelle?
Well, we talked about, because this was based on comments that we received, at our workshop number 3 under administration and enforcement, and it was brought up by some of our state partners that, with the previous program, there were states that felt like they were sort of thrown into participating in the program and weren't quite ready for it, administratively, like they didn't have the appropriate permitting mechanisms in place and that sort of thing. And so that's where this particular choice came from, and our discussion was focused on, allowing states to opt out. Conversely, could you also, potentially allow them to opt in, and that, maybe that might be a more appropriate approach, like it's not, I don't think the council or NIMS can force a state to, participate in this program. And so, the thinking was that if a state did not feel that it could effectively participate in the program, that it doesn't mean that vessels that are home ported in that state can't participate. It's just that they would be doing so under, a federal EFP, under the federal permit, and would need to land in a different state. And if I've mischaracterized, I think our conversation, then I welcome committee members to jump in on that.
Okay. Thanks, Michelle. Any thoughts or questions on this one? Chris?
Thanks. Yeah. I guess the question I have on number 4, and I guess it applies back to our decision for question 1, is some states during workshop number 3 raised concerns over the for hire sector participating in the RSA program in their state, due to enforcement and monitoring concerns. In terms of a state participating in RSA, do we envision it as a kind of an all or nothing proposition, where if a state is participating in the RSA program, both commercial and for hire participants would be allowed to participate? Or could a state, choose to opt into RSA, but just due to monitoring and enforcement limitations, only allow one sector to participate? Or is that going to create some legal problems along the way? Just thinking about this and preparing for this workshop, as far as kind of how those who's allowed versus states opting out, how do those two things interplay? Thanks.
Mark, do you have any comments to that?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. Michelle?
Thanks, Andy, and thanks, Chris. I think you raised a great question, and you know, I feel like there's potentially dancing around the edges of maybe some legal questions that we might have to investigate, for our next meeting. But I think it's good to capture that thought, so if like you said, the estate felt more comfortable participating in the shoreside activities, but only for the commercial sector, just due to the infrastructure that they already have. That's something that we might need to explore, sort of put it in our parking lot for the next meeting.
Okay.
So Andy, I had a question for Brandon. At the last RSC meeting, we did pose a question about whether or not a state had a sort of an authority to opt out of a federally. I mean, if we did go forward with an RSA program, had federal rules for these federal vessels who had RSA permits, whether a state actually had legal authority to kind of exempt themselves from these federal landing requirements in their state. And I don't know if that was ever, kind of I think it's a legal question as well, whether they had the option to kind of exempt themselves from a federal regulation. So I think that's an area to be pursued as well. It's a gray area to me. It's like, well, they may not want to opt themselves out, but I mean, they're still a council state, and they're still bound by these federal rules that allow a federally permitted vessel to carry out federally approved regulations. They may not be charged with enforcing that federal rule, but there's still federal vessels going to be landing in that state under federal regulations. So I think it's an area that needs to be fleshed out in greater detail.
Brandon, do you have any recollection of that? And then we'll go to the states themselves, to Bob. So Brandon, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that it probably needs some additional detail or some additional looking into. I mean, I think that's why the committee started talking about states to opt in. I don't know if this is directly a one-to-one, but on black sea bass, there was a wave one fishery that was created for the recreational fishery during wave one. And there are federal regulations that opened up that fishery, but states had to opt in to participate in that wave one fishery. So only 2 states, and at least in recent years, would participate in that fishery. Even though there were federal measures opening up that fishery, only 2 states actually allowed for the program by opting in to have it. So I don't know if that's specifically translatable to an RSA program, but we do have things like that. And so maybe something like that would apply here. And that's why I think the committee was thinking about an opt-in provision versus an opting out provision.
Okay, thanks, Brandon. Bob?
Thanks, Andy. And I definitely don't want to sound like I'm representing all the state perspectives, because they're pretty wide ranging up and down the coast. But, a lot of the conversations from the states that I've heard really go back to administrative burden. The administrative burden of all the permitting requirements that are associated with multiple vessels that would land in that state, or would be needed special harvesting permits in that state. And then the second burden is law enforcement burden. So if the program set up something where the conservation officer needs to be at the dock to meet RSA trips and those sorts of things, states may not have the resources to do that. So I haven't heard a lot of concern about actual just fish coming to that state and landing under the RSA program. It's the burden associated with living up to all these potentially new monitoring requirements and or permitting requirements that are associated with the program. So, and the other thing that gets a little bit sensitive is that not all the states affected by this RSA program are sitting on the Mid-Atlantic Council. A number of these species will be landed in southern New England, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, even up to New Hampshire. So, I think we need to make sure that we get the state perspectives from kind of outside the range of the Mid-Atlantic Council as well, because not all the states will be here. But I agree, this is something that needs to be looked into a little bit more. Opt-in may be a better strategy than opt-out. Because I don't, it does get into a gray area if a federal body develops a program that creates significant administrative burden for a state agency or the state enforcement body that, with no resources to help out with that. I'm not sure how those sort of requirements and limitations on resources are balanced out. So not sure my answer helped, other than saying, yeah, I think we need to dig into this a lot more.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Okay, let's move up. Jason.
Yes, thank you. I agree there's an administrative burden, but I also want to point out in a sentence or two what I spoke about when I gave my presentation is that when you issue a state permit, and a lot of times, and I know this from looking at a couple of the other states' scientific collecting permits, if they're working off of a state scientific collecting permit or a state exemption permit, sometimes by allowing this RSA, you're basically exceeding the authority of some of these statutes that create these permits. So as much as, yes, there's administrative burden, my concern is that any rules associated with this RSA program are not enforceable and will not hold up in court. If there's federal regulations that are in place to allow us to enforce some of the issues that we can run into at the dock, then, that's a positive. But, speaking from my experience that, if we issue a permit for this RSA, it's really going to exceed the authority of the statute. And we're not going to be on good ground if there's a problem. And yes, we can revoke a permit, but there's no monetary penalty. And revoking a permit is not a deterrent, because all they're losing is something they never had to begin with in the first place.
Okay, thanks, Jason. All right, I think we're gonna move on to question 5. Mark, the RSC did not recommend one of these options, as I understand. Is that correct?
Because it didn't have to, because of the choices they made up top. So yeah, so you just move on to 6. I think you'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, Andy, yeah, I think the committees on 5, I think the committee was felt that was more of an appropriate decision for the states to decide whether or not they wanted to put a cap. I mean, I do think there's the potential for the committee or the council to provide guidance in terms of what could be happening here, but the committee did not make a specific decision on 5 because they felt that it was more of a state specific decision to happen.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan.
I just saw Michelle's chat, but yeah, NIMS does have a vessel cap in place for several years now.
Okay. All right, thanks. Moving on to 6. And there were some wording changes here, and the RSC has recommended that allow all vessels to be equipped with a VMS or AIS. Any questions or comments for topic 1, question 6? Ryan?
I guess I question why this is on here, because some vessels have it. Like I said before, some vessels already have this technology. I'm not sure what allowing vessels to be equipped with that doesn't really have any implications for the program. I'm not. I guess unless there's a different perspective on whether this would result in more vessels having this, it wouldn't seem to me that would be the case. So I guess I'm questioning what the point of 6B is here, since it's a voluntary provision.
Is there a response to that from one of the RSC? Michelle?
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, we had quite a conversation about this. There was definitely support for, some sort of electronic monitoring that would, support enforcement through, like tracking vessels as they, get closer to port, or, sort of monitoring some of the details of an RSA trip. So, trying to address some of the concerns that were raised during our enforcement and administration workshop. And, we ended up changing require to allow, and specifically, I think it focused on observers, because the Federal Observer Program, those observers are allocated according to a formula, and there wasn't necessarily a sense that, we could affect how those observers were allocated. So, and I think part of the other part of the conversation was that, some states also have observers that they use and or could deploy. So that also led to the change of allow. But I think, we agreed that with respect to any type of electronic monitoring, that, we need to dig in a little bit more about sort of, the scope of that technology and how it could be used. So thanks.
Thanks, Michelle. Emerson.
Yes, thank you. Just looking at my notes from the January Research Steering Committee meeting, and I don't know, others may remember it differently, but what I have is that we changed required to allow observers / state staff, but we kept in require all vessels to be equipped with VMS or AIS. I don't recall that we changed to require to allow for VMS or AIS. I also think that whether we allow or require is going to have, or law enforcement should have some input on that. And if it's felt from an enforcement perspective that vessels to participate should be equipped with VMS or AIS, then that's how we're going to have to go forward here. So I don't know if enforcement is comfortable with allow, or maybe we just leave it that way for now, and the specifics get fleshed out in the process further along.
Brandon, I'm going to ask you to respond to whether your recollection, because you were primarily the note taker there, was to allow VMS or AMS, if that change was. I do remember quite a bit of discussion about the cost and the burden on smaller vessels. But Brandon, do you have some insight into that?
I would need to look at my raw notes, but I do know that the committee report that I put together that essentially takes from the notes, I had that it would have that suggested language was applying to both, because there was a lot of discussion about what exactly would we be using the VMS or the AIS systems for? Was it for enforcement to track the entire component of an RSA trip? Was it just to allow for a notification when a vessel was coming back to port? And so there was a lot of discussion about it. And so I think from my notes that the suggested language was to both. I could be wrong, and I could go back to look at my raw notes, but that's my recollection.
Okay, we'll check into that and make sure that it was captured correctly. Paul?
Thank you. Right. So on 6A with the observers state staff, I believe, so at least for my intent during our discussion, allow was chiefly to provide the opportunity for a state to put observers on, but with costs and everything like that. It while it's an RSA trip, New York State did this, and I thought it was really beneficial. State biologists and scientists were able to ride along on RSA trips and do some research. So it kind of provides a platform that researchers can use when they don't have funding, but they do have time. For the AIS, I think there was something we wanted to discuss further and explore more. I thought we kind of had it, but I think it should be something that does need to be discussed with enforcement. Class B receiver does afford only a little bit of range, but I think it's a great tool because, I mean, not to get into depth here, there are several advantages to having it, whether it's going to offset an $800 or $600 investment per vessel, that needs to be determined. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mark?
So yeah, I would endorse that comment about a little further discussion on this, because I think the pairwise comparison here was between observers and VMS AIS, and so there was sort of this: does the research steering committee prefer live onboard observers as a means to improve enforcement, or some electronic means? And so I think there was an expressed interest in the electronic means as their preference. But then within that choice, there's a real difference between VMS and AIS, and even within AIS, there's a significant difference in the type of investment, range of costs. And so, I don't know, Michelle, if you would entertain, the idea of revisiting the answer to the question. I think 6B is still a preference, electronic over observers, but to try to spend a little bit more time looking at refining that. Your earlier comment about electronic measures to improve enforcement, to include VMS or some range of possibilities based on the preferences of enforcement and others, and maybe that's further down the specification road. But I think the overall comment of just allowing some voluntary participation is kind of a killer for the idea of improving enforcement. So just my 2 cents there.
Yeah, I think the RSC meeting in April is sounding like this is a topic that should be teed up for some discussion there. Michelle, do you want to say anything, or shall we move on to Dewey?
Yeah, just quickly to agree with Mark, I think, it merits further discussion, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Dewey?
Yeah, I would recommend further discussion, because there's a big difference between VMS, which is a closed system, and AIS, which is open to everyone to see your fishing spots or things like that. And it also has limitations on its scope of range. So I would warrant further consideration or discussion on both of these pieces of equipment. Thank you.
Thanks, Dewey. Okay, sounds like this number 6 needs a little bit more discussion and fleshing out, particularly because of the change to allow versus the require. I'm going to suggest, are there any last comments? Are there any comments or questions from the public on topic 1? I want to make sure we get those in if there is anything. All right, I'm going to recommend then it's 12:47. Let's get back here by 1:15. We'll try to make up the time somehow in the afternoon, the 15 minutes or 13 minutes, whatever it is. But take a lunch until 1:15. Michelle, you okay with that?
Yep, absolutely. And I think we can make it up at the end in the 15-minute time slot that's allotted to me.
Okay. All right, 1:15. Everybody be back. Thanks. I've got 1:15 on my clock. Michelle, Brandon, are you there?
I'm here.
Me too.
Okay. And I guess importantly, Garrett, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, good. Okay, we're going to continue on with the topic areas. The next one that we have up for discussion is topic 2. How would you allocate / divide the RSA quota? And to tee up the issue, we have Garrett D. Piper from the Economic Working Group. So Garrett, it's all yours.
Thanks again, Andy. So I'm just going to give everybody a quick second to read over the suite of decisions that were both potentially on offer and also made. And so again, similar to what Mark went through, I think he did a great job teeing up the conversation here, so I'm not going to belabor any of the preliminary issues, but in orange is the selected outcomes, and in black are the alternatives that were not selected. So with that, I'll give everybody a minute to read through these. All right, so now that we've had a chance to look through the alternatives that were presented, we'll walk through the selections and then the impacts on against the suite of goals that were outlined by the Research Steering Committee. So again, the goals are along the horizontal top, with goal 1 being the research, goal 2 being enforcement, goal 3 being revenue, and goal 4 being collaboration between industry and scientists. And the draft selections on the left-hand side. 1A, RSA applies to all fisheries and species. The economic work group viewed this as a positive on vis-a-vis the goal 1 research because of the fact that it increases the pool of both researchers and industry participants to the greatest extent possible. Goal 2, enforcement, applying to RSA to all fisheries and species is a negative for a similar reason that Ryan brought up in the last session, in that the more heterogeneous and the more participants, the harder it is to enforce and monitor those participants for the RSA. With respect to revenue, applying the RSA to all fisheries and species is positive, although as Ryan noted, historically, the revenue generated has been concentrated in a small number of species. There has been some changes in the profitability of those fisheries over the last couple of years. In particular, I'm thinking of squid, and so it's important to understand that the flexibility with respect to which fisheries and species might be included is a positive in terms of how much revenue you can actually generate from the system. Goal number 4, collaboration. Again, the working group felt that applying the RSA to all fisheries and species were positive because it increased the scope of potential collaborations across the broadest swath of the fishery possible, or industry, excuse me. With respect to 2A, allows a specific percentage of projected revenue from species quota sales to be used for research on other species. The working group felt this was a positive impact on research. Again, it increases the scope of research and allows research to be conducted for species that might be important biologically, or but might not have the value in the market to support RSA research on their own. With respect to enforcement, this is a neutral impact, and that's because it's really dealing with how quota value is used, as opposed to changing the types of trips that are actually undertaken. And for a similar reason, it has a net neutral impact on revenue, because it doesn't change the value of the quota per se. It changes how that value is used to support research. With respect to goal 4, collaboration, we viewed this as a positive impact. And again, this is because it provides an increased ability to engage industry across a broader swath of the fishery. 3A, funding mechanisms should include ability to use both bilateral agreements and third-party auctions. This is a positive impact on research, and that's because of the fact that we see this as being able to draw in the broadest breadth of potential researchers possible. Some people prefer an auction. We've heard from other people that prefer those bilateral agreements by giving the opportunity and the flexibility to those researchers and PIs as to how they generate funds and sell their quota. It allows the broadest swath of potential research and grants to be presented for review, for consideration. With respect to enforcement, we've got a neutral here, but and that is because of the fact that we wouldn't really expect the funding mechanism to change the types of trips per se that are undertaken, although there's potential for that to happen. But I will note that the sub decision 3A, which was conduct a periodic review of funding mechanisms to determine approaches, supports or undermines projects or project or program objectives, provides kind of like a safety valve here and can be seen as a positive. Although I would suggest that a review of the RSA program is in general is appropriate on an ongoing basis. So with respect to goal 3, we review the ability to use both bilateral agreements and third-party auctions as a positive against selecting just the bilateral agreements. And the reason for that is that in general, this might not happen in every single case and in every single instance, but in general, we would expect fishermen to have a much better value, much better understanding of what the value of quota is than a PI. And so there's asymmetric information with respect to that bargaining that goes on. And so providing an opportunity to have either an auction or a bilateral agreement means that PIs can gravitate towards the mechanism that's really going to generate the most value for their quota. And then finally, with respect to collaboration, again, we see 3A as providing a positive impact. And that is because again, it allows the broadest swath of industry to be engaged in the RSA program. And with that, I'll wrap up my comments and see if there's any questions with respect to this before we move into the meat of the conversation today.
Looks like you've answered all the questions. Oh, Bob.
Thanks, Andy. Sorry about the slow hand. Just a question on 1A, research or RSA applies to all fisheries and species. You know, in the last segment here, we were talking about not allowing private anglers to be, you know, allowed to purchase and participate. So is this, you know, I guess it's just consistency. We'll need to make sure when we say all fisheries, what exactly do we mean? You know, if we are recommending or one of the preferred options in the first topic was not to include all fisheries. So I may have to talk through that one as this goes forward a little bit, just a placeholder.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think the distinction there was that first conversation was around the sectors, and this conversation is really around the species and the FMPs that are included. And so we need to tighten the language around here a little bit, maybe. You're right.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, Garrett, thanks. Let's get into the discussion. Brandon, can you pull up the slide with topic 2 on it? Okay, so let's walk through these as we did the last one. Topic 2, question 1. The RSC has recommended that 1A RSA applies to all fisheries and species, with a caveat that Garrett just talked about. It's not really a caveat, clarification, that this really refers to fisheries, not the fishing sectors. Any thoughts or questions or comments about topic 2, question 1? Michelle?
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I'm not, maybe just a little bit of additional clarification. You know, when the committee discussed this, you know, we talked about, again, similar to the conversation we had in the first part of our discussion this morning, that, you know, the council could choose to whether or not to, you know, actually allocate RSA quota for, you know, a particular fishery for a particular year. So again, this is kind of about allowing flexibility for whether or not, you know, a particular fishery management plan, I guess, or species, you know, is allocated RSA quota. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Any other questions or comments about topic 2, question 1? Okay, I don't see any. Let's move on to topic 2, question 2. The RSC has recommended that state allows specific percentage of projected revenue from species quota sale to be used for research on other species. I know we had a little bit of discussion about that in the previous topic. Are there any questions or comments to be made about topic 2, question 2? Bob?
Thanks, Andy. Does this, when it refers to other species, does it mean other species managed by the council, or is it really open-ended and a percent can be applied to anything that may be of interest to the council and or commission?
Garrett?
Yeah, so from my recollection of the conversation, it was focused on managed species, but if that kind of departs from what the RSC's intent was, then I'll let them comment on that.
Michelle?
Yeah, thanks, Andy. No, I think Garrett's recollection is matches with mine. You know, that it would be for managed species, you know, and Bob, that would you know, obviously be something that should a program go forward, you know, we'd want to work with the commission and, you know, state management partners about those types of decisions.
Okay, thank you. Brandon?
You know, I think that's a good point. To me, I think we may want to add some clarity to this. I mean, to me, it's certainly ultimately up to the committee, and I think input. But my sense would be, like, if we were to raise funds for this, and we'd be funding research on Atlantic herring, or that's not managed by the council, or we'd be funding research on weak fish or something else. I mean, like targeted research. Obviously, there are some surveys that capture information on a variety of species, you know, whatever's caught in a particular gear or something like that. But I think it would be worth noting that if the intent here is to capture research for any sort of managed species, council managed, solely council, Mid-Atlantic Council managed, or other, you know, management partner managed, I think that's an important clarity to provide.
Okay, thanks, Brandon. So it sounds like the consensus is it refers to managed species. So any other thoughts, comments, questions about this question? Okay, not seeing any hands. Move on to topic 2, question 3. And the RC has recommended 3A, funding mechanism should include ability to use both bilateral agreements and third-party auctions. Any questions or comments about topic 2, question 3? Michelle?
Thanks, Andy. I guess maybe just to, add something to the conversation for those who, were not part of were unable to attend the committee's last call, but, and this is laid out in the briefing materials, but, the council doesn't have any ability to, dictate the funding mechanism, how a PI who's awarded RSA quota chooses to monetize that quota, as Emerson has noted before. And, but we have had some discussions about, wanting to at least, should a third party approach to monetizing quota be developed, I think we would want to, have some ability to, review the effectiveness of that and whether or not it's helping to meet the overall goals of the program. And as Garrett noted in his presentation, that that was one of the sort of sub choices that the committee focused on. And so I think there's a lot in there that is kind of unknown. I think the committee can make recommendations with respect to, if a third party mechanism is developed by an entity, how we might want to see that proceed. I think, with the in the program review that was done for the New England Council RSA programs, there's some really good information in there with respect to, comments from the review committee on bilateral agreements and auctions and, the use of grants as funding instruments as well. And there were some, suggestions from that review committee about those types of third-party approaches and, how they could be made efficient and things like that. So I just encourage folks to read through that, and just wanted to provide, I guess, a little bit more context for, this particular decision, because, I do think there's a lot in there that is outside of the council's control. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Any other comments or questions about 3A? Okay, 3, I believe that's supposed to be 3BI, is that correct? Conduct periodic review of funding mechanisms to determine approach, supports, or undermines project or program objectives. Any thoughts or questions on that one? Bob?
Great, thanks, Andy. Just, maybe it's even tangentially related to what Michelle just said, but, I'm kind of a squeaky wheel on this one about making sure we don't increase mortality through an RSA program. And what I mean by that is, if a PI gets a 5,000 pound allocation of summer flounder, for example, they auction that off, get some revenue, that's great. And now they have money to fund their research, and they start their research, and their research actually creates some mortality as well. Then then we're maybe actually killing more fish than we had actually set aside. So, because you've got the 5,000 pound that's going to be harvested because it was purchased by another harvester, and then you've got the research going on, which may inflict some mortality on summer flounder or other species as well. And I just maybe it falls under this review to make sure that there's not, that we're sticking within the total quotas that were set aside for RSA, and we're not inflicting more mortality than we had planned on. Maybe this is a good place to deal with that.
All right. Michelle, do you have a comment on that?
I think that's a valid point that Bob has raised. That that would be hopefully one of the things that would come under a review. I did maybe have a question for Ryan and maybe Sam Ashley from the New England Council, because my understanding is that the RSA program review for the New England Council's the RSA program was a specific priority of the council, and then the council moved that forward. So just want to make sure I have that correctly. And then, maybe a question for Ryan as to, does the agency have any directives with respect to, review, like periodic review of these programs that you all do? So question for Ryan and a question for Sam, I guess.
Okay, thanks. I guess I'll go first. And just to make sure I'm understanding Bob, your point about, accounting for, fish mortality that occurs under the program, whether that be scientific research or compensation fishing. So assuming that's what it is, we currently do not, RSA quota is accounted for as compensation fish only. It does not extend to mortality associated with the research, and not that it couldn't, I don't know, but I don't think, but it would be complicated projecting because all of this is happening before it actually, those are estimates and it's hard to project what that might be. But Michelle, back to your question, there is no standardized, program review. It's always been done ad hoc, albeit it has occurred somewhat regularly since I've been involved with the program, at least going back to 2008. I think there's been 3 or 4 program reviews between the councils.
Hey, Michelle, this is Samichi. I think Ryan has that exactly correct. And if I had your question right, yes, the answer is there's no requirement for periodic review of the RSA program, but rather it's something that the council elects to prioritize through their annual process.
And just a quick follow-up, if I could, Sam. So, after that review was conducted, how did the council, were there changes that the council made with respect to its RSA programs based on that review?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, Ryan was directly involved with that process as well. I was kind of on the outside when that was going on, but I can't say that there's, do currently have the Scallop Survey Working Group, which is an ongoing effort that was in response to some of the recommendations that came out of the RSA program review. As far as other recommendations from that effort that have been directly integrated or responded to through actions, I think I would have to double check, but I'm sure Ryan can help with that question too.
I think you got it, Sam. It's really the Scallop Survey Working Group is the primary outcome. There was, since you're familiar with the report, there's a whole host of, questions and recommendations in addition to looking at the survey work. And there was some motion to develop additional, working groups and reviews of those recommendations that, haven't gotten a lot of traction.
Okay, great. Thank you guys both for that.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments on the topic 2, question 3A-BI? Any thoughts on that? Okay, I think we're done with this topic item. There were some secondary tier questions that had come up. but the RC didn't discuss any of those, I think because of lack of time and whatnot. So we're gonna, let me just stop here for a second. Any other final questions or comments about topic 2? Anything from anybody from the public? Okay. That went fast. Thanks, Garrett. We're going to move on to topic 3 now. Topic 3 is, what does an RSA trip look like? And to tee up that issue is Lee Anderson. So Lee, go ahead.
Thank you. You can move to the next slide, please. Okay. First, I'd like to thank Brandon and Garrett. We're very lucky to have those guys in the leadership roles and the council roles on this. They have really been helpful in getting the program going. And Mark, I have to thank Mark Holliday too for his work on this. I have to say that when I was asked to do this, I was asked to make it short. So I'm going to try and do that, and I'm going to be able to keep it short because of Mark's introduction. I think it was an excellent introduction. We don't need to go over it again. Only thing I will say is he made a lot of good points, but he said trade-offs are a natural consequence of making these decisions, and I think that should be kept in mind. Okay, if you look at this list here, it's a little longer than the other one. Essentially, the 1 and 4, the RSA committee decided not to just skip out. 1C came in because some people later came in and said, let's consider it. So 1C is in there. The others are, I'll do what Garrett did and not allow you to read them over, but the rest are different levels of control to try to pin people down on how they're going to announce their work so that they can be moderated. So I'll give you 2 minutes to read the ones that are in orange, so we know what we're talking about on the next slide. Okay, next slide, please. Here is the same sort of background or the evaluation of these things according to the goals. And I remember the goals are in order of importance, and it's pretty easy to see that there's some definite positives or definite trends here. For the things that make it harder, or sorry, yeah, well, make it harder for boats because they have to supply more information before a trip, that makes it positive for accountability and enforcement, but it could have negative effects on generating resources because it may discourage people from bidding. Now 6C it's the same idea, but 6C adds flexibility, and which gives them less control by the agency, but more beneficial effects of the fishermen. Now, I will say that on the 1C coupled with research activity, I gave that a positive and a neutral all along. And the reason I think that it can be positive if they can work together. Also, goal 1, as far as I could determine when I was asked to make this, there is none of these are going to affect the quality of the research in ways that are not captured in the other ones. For example, and collaboration, I've given neutral to all of those, but if you notice, there's a negative on generate resources because there may be a hesitancy to bid with all that. So that could cause detriment to collaboration efforts. But I say let's not double count, and I'll keep it in the negative there. Now, the other thing I have to say is you see the positive and the negative. How do we rate that? Well, it's really not up to me as a member of the economic committee to do that, but I would look at it and say there are two things. Is goal 2 more important than goal 3? We have said it is, but does that mean that we always will choose the thing that is positive for goal 2? My personal belief is no. I think these positive and negative items in the boxes are the correct items, but that doesn't necessarily say what should be done. If in some of these you could say, yeah, there's a negative effect on what people are going to be able to bid and willingness to play, but the positive effects on accountability are so strong that we're going to go that way. And it could be the other way too. I don't know. That's what's the kind of a blessing for the next discussion. Let's get in and do that. Although I will say here, these are not just random elements on the these are the items that were chosen by the RSC, so they have been selected with care and modified. And so, if there's a positive there, to me, that's something that should be considered strongly. Although I'm not going to vote on this. I don't have a vote. I would just pass that on as a suggestion. If there are no questions, I'm willing to turn it over to the other folks and say I tried to keep it as short as I could, but answer all the questions. And I'm happy to answer questions on this chart right now.
Okay, any questions for Lee? We'll do like we did with the others. We'll go back and walk through in a minute, but right now, any questions about Lee's presentation or on the on the chart that he has up on the screen right now? People didn't have enough caffeine at lunchtime. I can see that. Any thoughts? Okay. Let's back up then, if we can, to the topic and question. Yep, there we go. All right, so walking through these. Topic 3, question 1, let's see. Topic 3, question. So the RSC has chosen kind of the alternative of where feasible compensation harvest is coupled with research activity. That's one of the alternatives. Any questions or comments about that?
That was added in later.
Oh, that wasn't an RSC recommendation.
It was an RSC recommendation as a result of comments sent in, but that's why it's in green rather than black.
Right. Okay, thank you. Michelle?
That's just what my hand was up for, to clarify that, that this kind of gets back to the issue that Bob Beal was talking about, trying to make sure that you're not killing the same fish twice, so to speak. And so as a result of the committee discussion during our January meeting, this kind of hybrid option of, where feasible, compensation harvest is coupled with research activity, so that, if you're doing a particular study that results in mortality of fish, but as Bob stated, you're also awarded a certain number of pounds of fish that you can then go harvest, like trying to ensure that if that mortality is going to occur, that it can be coupled with the research. That isn't always going to be possible, based on the type of research project that is there. But, that's why that particular sort of hybrid option was put together.
Great. Thanks, Michelle. Kate?
Thanks, Andy. I just wanted to say, as a member of the committee, we did have some discussion about this, though. It wasn't that this was just added later because someone submitted comments. Because it's my recollection. I support this idea as well. So I'm pretty sure that we did have some discussion about it at the committee, though.
So is this a recommendation then that, should be forwarded, I suppose, to the RSC? Brandon?
Yeah, I was trying to pull double duty with the two different colors, right? So you'll see the orange, which indicates it's a recommendation by the Research Steering Committee. So that's why the 1C is in orange, but then the green was to indicate it was something new developed by the Research Steering Committee. So as Kate indicated, this option came up during discussion by the Research Steering Committee. They thought there was maybe something in between 1A and 1B, which were the original alternatives presented. So maybe there was a way in between, and to also, as Michelle had indicated, address Bob Beal's comments about this double mortality potential. And so this was something that was created during the Research Steering Committee meeting. And so I was trying to capture it was something new, but it was also recommended by the Research Steering Committee. If folks didn't pick up on the nuance between the two different colors associated with this one line.
Right. And what I'm wondering is, should, as a workshop outcome, should this be a recommendation? Brian?
Just commenting on this item, I think it's, in my experience, it's very rare for projects that are on the, in the field conducting research, for them to integrate harvesting activities into their research project. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It's just quite rare. And I guess one other comment is, the way I read this, that's really going to be at the discretion of the grant recipient as to whether they think it's practicable for them to integrate the two, versus it being some judgment that the program is making. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Any other thoughts about this item or what should be done with this item as a workshop outcome? Emerson?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I support keeping this in. I've done this numerous times over the years in many of my RSA projects, where we're conducting a research activity in the focus of that research activity is one of the RSA species. So we have the vessel conduct compensation harvest while we're conducting research activity. It's worked out quite well. And to Bob's point, it keeps us from having to kill fish twice, or twice as many fish, however you want to look at it.
Okay. Kate?
Thanks. I appreciate hearing from Emerson that he's been able to do this successfully, and just to kind of thinking about Ryan's comment, I mean, this is a chance for us to kind of re-envision the program. So that's why I'd like to keep this option in at this time and just hear more discussion about it, because, you know, if it's an option that we'd like to see happen more in the future, or something we'd like to encourage, then that's kind of where I am on it. Thanks.
Thanks, Kate. And I will note the wording is where feasible. So I mean, it does allow that, you know, a little bit of flexibility. Emerson?
Yeah, thank you. Just another comment on this to let people understand that what we've also done in the past is we've used RSA allocation to partially offset the charter cost of the vessel for doing the research, right? So we provide the vessel with RSA allocation that lowers our cost for chartering the vessel, and it also allows us, or allows the vessel, to keep fish and sell them against the RSA allocation while conducting research. So we're not throwing over dead fish that we could turn into money. Thank you.
Thanks, Emerson. Ryan?
I think it's a good option. You know, I think it makes sense to have some flexibility there. And kind of building off what Emerson said, I think it really depends on the type of, you know, the nature of the research being conducted. You know, thinking back to the Mid-Atlantic program, you know, the NEMAP survey, you know, the way that project is conducted, it's, you know, it's not a great opportunity to engage in commercial fishing activity, but there was the SCUP Black Sea Bass survey, and they, you know, and they were able to blend it. So while they're out there performing their survey, they were also able to harvest Black Sea Bass and SCUP. So it certainly works, and I think the flexibility is good.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan. Any other thoughts or comments? Can I suggest as a workshop outcome that the green be turned to orange? Any objections? It sounds like there's no objections to the concept anyway of providing the flexibility. Okay. Oh, Michelle?
Oh, no objection. I think, I agree. I think it, you know, that was like the consensus of the committee, you know, to bring forward to this workshop. And so I think, you know, unless there's, you know, opposition to inclusion of this, and like you said, turning it orange, I mean, I'm all in favor of that.
Mark?
Yeah, I don't object to the changing it, other than we're not being consistent with the other topic 1 and 2 and changing colors. So I don't know why we're doing it on topic 3 and not the others at this point in time. So, but that's not my, you know, my decision. I'm just pointing out the inconsistency.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments? I think, Mark, it's just really mainly a workshop outcome, I suppose, recommendation. And the workshop recommendations for topic 1 and 2 will include, you know, the orange. And I think on the one where there was green, of course, on topic 2, we had green on allow, changing required to allow. But we also had 2 green ones that talked in phase-in participation by permitted state vessels and appropriately standardized reporting for all vessels. That was, they were kind of included as a caveat to 3B. So those are the only other 2 green, not to get too tied up on colors, but those are the only other green ones that were really included in the topic 1 and 2.
Right. So we didn't have a discussion about including them as orange or not. So I'm just wondering, you know, if that's, were they changed to orange as well? Never mind. I just do as you like.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, we might be getting tripped up on colors. It's just basically a workshop outcome in terms of, you know, the consensus, panel consensus on including them. So, okay. Any other questions, comments on this item? Okay. So question, topic 3, question 2A. RSC is recommended require RSA harvest to occur on separate trips from non-RSA harvest. Any questions, comments, thoughts on that one? Nothing? Everybody okay with that?
This is Sean Riley from New York DEC. Well, question about that is, do we even require RSA trips to be landed as RSA? Because we've had a boat that would harvest on RSA in New York and land under the higher limits in Rhode Island or New Jersey, and therefore his declared landings wouldn't actually take off the top of his RSA that he had for summer flounder. And the second thing with that is, if its RSA must be separate, is that going to increase the total discard mortalities? Like, if a guy has RSA and R limit's 200 pounds and he would like to use his to take in some extra, he'd have to then discard anything that's over if it has to be on a separate trip. And if a guy has sea bass as RSA, would you have to throw all of the species back? So probably harvesting porgies, striped bass, like, you know, weak fish and other species at the same time. And then other thing is, could we look at, like I believe was in Ground Fish Amendment 23, that if you're on RSA, you must keep all legal size fish to try and actually decrease the total mortality of commercial fishing.
Ryan, you want to, can you respond to those? And then you might also have a comment, but go ahead, Ryan.
Okay, yeah, I did have a comment, and I don't think I can respond to the first part of the question. But I think it's a good point about, you know, how vessels look at the utility of RSA and the value and the ability to, you know, basically keep everything they catch on a regular trip. So if they go above their possession limit, they have that flexibility, and you avoid additional discards. But I guess I'll pause there and see if someone else wants to respond to the first part of the question before I make my comment.
Does anybody want to respond to the first part? Okay, Ryan, go ahead. Just a second, Ryan.
Sure.
Michelle, did you want to respond to that, or you got a comment?
Well, I was going to ask if Sean could repeat that first part of the question. So I just want to make sure I understand it. So was it that are there currently separate RSA trips? Was that the gist of the question?
The first part was that RSA trips, they declare out on RSA and they work in New York waters. There are some boats that wouldn't even land them as an RSA landing because they would actually be going back to New Jersey or Rhode Island, who had higher limits for summer flounder, and would offload under their regular daily possession and trip limit under those states' higher quotas. So a boat could repeatedly declare RSA, fish in New York, and then go back to the other state and not actually be affecting their total RSA allocation.
I see. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that, and I think we'll maybe get to some other decisions that sort of a little further down on this chart. But thank you, and I'll keep thinking about that.
Okay. Ryan, can we go back to you?
Thank you. So I think the comment that I have is it's not clear to me. I don't know the implications of, limiting RSA harvest to dedicated RSA fishing trips. My recollection is that there was a lot of combination trips, but I also know that, combination trips increase, the ability to, play games and what's reported and what's not. So I think having dedicated trips improves, oversight and enforceability of the program. I don't know what the financial implications are and, how, whether there are sufficient incentives for industry to take dedicated trips to generate the funds for the projects. So I guess a question that I think would warrant looking into. Thank you.
Okay, Emerson.
Thank you. I think that requiring RSA harvest to occur on separate trips from non-RSA harvest is going to contribute to perhaps a lack of participation. It makes more financial sense for, at least on a commercial trip, to keep whatever the state quota happens to be, whatever the state trip limit is for the day, and then have your RSA on top of that. And as this, if this gets developed further, there can be some specifications that RSA has to be marked and kept separate on the vessel from the regular trip limit, things like that. And Sean brings up a good point where if I'm a commercial fisherman and I have summer flounder RSA allocation, and we go with RSA to occur on separate trips, does that mean that I can no longer keep my scup trip limit or my black sea bass trip limit or my bluefish trip limit because I don't have RSA allocation for that? So I think I think it allows more flexibility and more profitability for fishermen to keep their trip limit and their RSA allocation. And if it's a enforcement issue, well, then maybe we need to reconsider that, or as I said, put in some provisions where any RSA landings have to be kept separate and marked as such from the regular trip limit. And then to Sean's first question, I think that's interesting. I didn't even realize that was occurring, but maybe, and I think we're getting into the minutia here a little bit, but we would probably want to have in the final implementation, if there is a final implementation of the RSA program, that if a vessel declares into an RSA day, then they have to land some RSA allocation so that they don't, do what Sean was saying. They declare into an RSA day to fish in New York State waters because the summer flounder trip limit's only 50 pounds, but then they go back to New Jersey and unload their 400. So, there may be a way to get at that too. Thank you.
Thanks, Emerson. Michael?
Yes, thank you. Just to reinforce Emerson's comments, I recall from some of our AP meetings that people were saying that almost all of the black sea bass commercial landings were coming as a result of draggers filling their quota on summer flounder and then dragging for black sea bass on the same trip. This proposal would basically, if they have RSA for summer flounder, it would mean they can't land the black sea bass, or if they have RSA for black sea bass, they can't land the summer flounder. Maybe one compromise on it would be to specify by species. So require RSA harvest of one species to occur and allow harvest of non-RSA species on the same trip. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Jason? Jason?
Yes, having trouble unmuting myself there. I don't want to get into the weeds on this, but I just, want to bring to everybody's attention too. Unlike 2014, we have landing flexibility now. So that's going to confuse matters even further.
Jason, can you expand on landing flexibility? Can you explain that a little bit?
Yes, so we issue a permit now for states to come in with other states' quota for black sea bass and summer flounder. So, for example, going back to like something similar to what Sean said, a vessel leaving out of New York or New Jersey can catch New York's quota and New Jersey's quota, land in New Jersey with New York's quota, and then turn around and land New York's quota in New York. So it gives them a legal way to possess another state's quota in other states along the coast. So I guess my concern is vessels are going to have their home state's quota, out of state's quota, and now research set aside quota. It just, like I said, I don't want to get into the weeds on it, but it's going to get very confusing and cumbersome.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. So it sounds like 2A needs to be nuanced a little bit from what I'm hearing. Is Brandon?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I mean, and maybe we don't want to go into it today, but I want to make sure while we have some law enforcement folks on the line. I mean, I think this came out of the law enforcement workshop as a way to be able to track RSA activities and landings closer than we are. And so I'm just wondering, from Jason and Todd and Sean, like what thoughts you have in terms of what we could do here where we have the ability to know that an RSA trip is taking place and we can track those RSA landings on the vessel. If this, the way it's written here, isn't capturing it, I just think we're going to need some guidance on what we're trying to do here again, because I think this came out of the enforcement workshop to try to do something, but maybe it's making more convoluted. I don't know.
I think Michelle has the answer to all our problems.
I don't think so. I don't know about that, Andy. That's a lot of pressure. So I agree with Brandon. So this came out of the enforcement workshop. There's a direct recommendation in there that RSA and non-RSA harvests not be combined on the same trip, just due to the enforcement challenges it posed. But I guess, I was also perhaps trying to draw attention to, the next decision or question under this topic, which is, the draft decision selected by the committee is 3B, require all RSA quota to be offloaded at the same port from pre-trip notification. So, maybe moving on to that will address some of these things that have come up, recognizing that there are, what Jason talked about with landings flexibility, that vessels have, permits to do that, but I guess maybe some conversation about, would requirements of this program, supersede that?
Paul?
Thank you. Yes, and to what Michelle said, can we do that? Because if we can, it's a great step towards a solution.
So can we just temporarily pop down to 3B and then discuss that in the same context as 2A? 3B being require all RSA quota to be offloaded at the same port from the pre-trip notification. Do 2A and 3B, I guess there's a couple of questions. Are both of those possible? And do they work well together to solve some of the issues that have come up? Ryan, can I ask you to weigh in on the first one? Are those possible?
Can we implement? I'm sorry, I have like a menu bar over the numbers. The first one in green and the second one. Are you asking if those are feasible?
So what I'm actually asking is require all RSA quota to be offloaded at the same port from pre-trip notification. Is that possible?
It can be. I think it is possible. I think there would need to be some provision in there. You know, if they can't for some reason, they need to notify us and explain why. But you know, I think that's I mean that's the intent of the requirement as it is now. I mean, if they're notifying us they're going to be landing at this place in time, our expectation is they will be landing generally within that time frame at that place. You know, I can't speak to our monitoring folks and you know how frequent that occurs, but that's the point of us having that be a requirement currently. Is you know before they leave, they need to tell us when and where they're going to land. And since I have the mic, I'll add, you know, there's other things that can be done to get at the concern about having the combination trips where the vessel can go over their regular possession limit. But it's, you know, in one of the things that we've done is in addition to, you know, telling us when and where they're going to land before they come into port, they need to tell us, you know, and this is a complication with the MID program, given where the vessels operate, but currently it's within 6 hours of entering port, you know, what they have on board for RSA. So previously, when the program was operating, the vessels would tell us what they landed well after the fact of landing. So there was this window where they could make a judgment as to whether they were going to claim those fish or not. That's my understanding. So there's things that I think can get at some of the questions around 2A. I think 3B is feasible. I think it relates to, you know, 2A. In trying to pin down vessels in terms of what they're doing, you know, who's involved, where they're going to be landing, and notifying us what they have on board before entering port. Just to wrap up, you know, we had developed some, you know, resources for enforcement to be aware, you know, have access to this information so that, you know, should they be in the vicinity or inclined, they would have information about when and where vessels were going to be landing and how much fish those vessels were claiming as RSA should there be an inspection. So so forgive me for the long response. Hopefully that answered it. And if not, I can try again, or maybe somebody else can give it a shot.
All right, thanks, Ryan. Mark?
Thank you. I went back to my notes from the earlier workshop on enforcement, and could somebody just clarify on this 2A, 2B dichotomy? When you're talking about harvest, RSA harvest versus non-RSA harvest, my understanding from my notes was that it was about harvest of the same species. In other words, are we talking about, say there's, you have RSA harvest for summer flounder. It's saying you can't, 2A is saying you can't mix summer flounder harvest for RSA and non-RSA summer flounder on the same trip. It's not saying if you have RSA summer flounder you can't catch anything else, no bycatch for scup, anything else. It's just saying you can't mix summer flounder harvest for RSA and non-RSA on the same trip. That's what my notes seem to indicate to me that's what the intent was there. So that I think is different than how I think other people are interpreting the intent of 2A. Now, am I off? Am I misinterpreting what the intent of 2A is? Because
Mark,
this idea of bycatch of other species on RSA trips is a non-issue then. If it's like, the problem enforcement was raising it in my notes was like, people are gaming the system, and depending if they're met at the dock by an enforcement agent, then it's not an RSA trip, and these things come in under non-RSA quotas. But if they are met by an enforcement, then then it's under a different set of rules. And so, but if you just say it's an RSA trip and it's and you're not mixing the species, between RSA and non-RSA quotas for a single species, if it's RSA summer flounder, all of the summer flounder on board are going to be considered under the RSA quota.
Yeah, Mark, that's an important distinction you bring up. Let's go to Jason and see what he has to say about that.
In my mind, the theory was, if we have a trip limit of 1,000 pounds, that they're declared into an RSA trip, and all that goes to the RSA. The problem is if the trip limit's 1,000 pounds and we board them and they have 500, and their intent is to land over the trip limit or not report the RSA, it was to alleviate something like that from occurring. So they would have to declare that this is an RSA trip, and everything that they landed was part of the RSA program, not, to where, when we showed up, all of a sudden, that fish which was going to disappear. Now we're there, they turn around and say, well, this is an RSA trip. So I think that was the difference, to have a separate and distinct specific trip specifically to catch RSA quota, and not, see what happens when I get back to the dock. I think that was, in my mind, that's what it was.
Okay, I'm going to skip over and go to Michelle first. Michelle?
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, so I agree with Mark, and I think I see in the chat that, Ryan indicated that was also his understanding, was that, we were talking about RSA and non-RSA harvest of the same species, and that is what was causing, that was what was creating that enforcement challenge, for the reasons that Jason raised, not disallowing RSA harvest of a particular, let me back up, not disallowing harvest of other species under regular trip limits when you have declared out on an RSA harvesting trip for one particular species. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
To me, yeah. So I think it's less problematic. 2A is less problematic, as you just described it. It's much more straightforward.
Okay. What are people's thoughts about that? Is that the understanding? I'm going to go to Dewey, and I'll come back to you, Michael. But Dewey, go ahead.
Yeah, on 5A, wouldn't all vessels, before they leave the dock, say I'm going on a RSA trip, and maybe if they're boarded, that's a RSA trip until they fulfilled. Do you have to, when you say a RSA trip, do you have to say what your targeted catch or your targeted poundage is for that RSA trip, so that you do your RSA, and then anything above that would be if a season's open or something like that? How would that work? Thank you.
Can somebody speak to Dewey's question regarding 5A, pre-notification?
I'll chime in. They get, for the federal side, they get permits that identify the species that are authorized to harvest. So it may be multiple species and maybe just one. The permit includes the project allocation amount and not the specific amount that the vessel has agreed to harvest for the researcher. For the actual trip reporting, they declare under the project. So that ties back to the permit they have and different species that are allowed to harvest. And they don't provide an estimate of what they anticipate harvesting for RSA for the pre-trip. For the pre-land, they give us a hail for what they have up for RSA on the vessel.
A follow-up?
Go ahead, Dewey.
But when they leave the dock, they've notified or pre-leaving the dock that they are going on a RSA trip for a specific species. Is that correct?
Not for the federal. They don't, like if they happen to have summer flounder and sea bass permits and there's, they have an agreement with the researcher to harvest black sea bass and summer flounder RSA quota. They don't tell us when they declare like if they're only going to target one of those species or both. It doesn't get to the species specific intent to harvest. We just know any RSA harvested under that project code is going to be applied against that award.
A follow-up?
Go ahead, Dewey.
Yeah, so that means when they leave the dock that day, that they have their permits and whatever, but so when they get out there, they can all of a sudden, right before or whenever they're getting boarded, if that's the case, they can say, oh, this is RSA trip. Is there no distinction? I mean, don't they know when they leave the dock that they're going to be doing RSA work that day, or does that come up at a certain time during the trip?
No, definitely before they leave the dock, they need to declare that their intent to harvest RSA. And if they're boarded and they have, they're within the possession limit under the old program, that would not be considered RSA quota, be part of their regular, trip limit. If there was anything above the trip limit, that would be RSA quota. And again, if they were fishing during like a completely closed season, where they weren't allowed to be out there, other than the fact they had this exemption, anything on the boat would be considered RSA. If that answers your question. Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, hang in there, Michael. I'm going to go to Mark.
Yeah, I think you described what was the correct circumstance in the old RSA program. What I interpret under 2A and 5A is that if you declare that you're going to fish an RSA trip under 5A, and under 2A, you're required that any harvest that you're taking of RSA summer flounder on board your boat for that trip, all that summer flounder is RSA summer flounder. There's no under quota, over quota. All summer flounder is RSA summer flounder. In a proposed future RSA program. So 5A, you're declaring you're going to take an RSA trip 24 hours in advance, and you have a permit for summer flounder RSA, and you're required under 2A to harvest as a separate trip with no non-RSA summer flounder on that trip. So all summer flounder on that trip is RSA summer flounder, and that gets to the recommendations from the enforcement workshop that there not be mixed summer flounder trips of RSA and non-RSA summer flounder on the same vessel trip. That's my understanding of what's different in the future from what happened in the past.
Okay. So I don't forgot you, Michael, but go ahead, Paul.
Thanks. I could have waited, but yeah, and to go further towards what he just said, when they declare an RSA trip, they can declare a species as well. So that won't preclude them from harvesting a different species that they have RSA for, but making it a regular quota trip.
Okay. Michael.
Thank you. As far as the issue of multiple species, I think if you just include in 2A a per species statement, just exactly how you have it, just add per species, that would solve that problem. All right. You still have another problem though, which is what happens if someone has a small amount of RSA quota left, but not enough to justify an individual trip? Does he just have to eat that, or does he get to use it? I mean, that is a separate issue from the per species issue, but it's going to happen, and I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what the intent of the working group is, but that's an issue that should be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
I'd say that's a great question, but it's like too detailed to answer today. It's in the implementation phase of the design. But you're absolutely right. It has to be addressed, but I don't think we have the time to figure that out today, but it's got to be addressed.
Okay.
So it's absolutely legitimate, but I don't, it's just kind of like the next level of discussion from the concept that we're talking about today. I think it deserves more time than we have to give to it right now.
Okay. Let me see if I can characterize. I can't characterize everything I've heard, but some of the key points. Under 2A, the intent is to require RSA harvest of a specific species to occur on separate trips from non-RSA harvest. Not saying that they can't harvest other species, but for a specific species, it's either an RSA trip or it's not. 3B, require all RSA quota to be offloaded at the same port from pre-trip notification. We can come back and talk about that some more, but nobody spoke against that. And then 5A, require all participating vessels to submit a pre-trip notification 24 hours in advance to declare intent to harvest RSA that includes port and anticipated day and time of landing. What I heard, that currently they don't need to specify which species they'll be harvesting under RSA before the trip, but the proposal is that under a modified program, they should be required to specify for a specific species, whether it's going to be under their RSA quota or another quota. Did I say anything that is inconsistent with what the consensus is? Is everybody into agreement with that? And Brandon, did you capture everything I just said?
And just don't forget the last point that was raised about remnant RSA quota not sufficient for a full trip. That has to be considered an additional discussion by the RSC.
Okay. Okay. Is everybody good with that? I want to make sure again, under getting mixed up here. Under 3B, require all RSA quota to be offloaded at the same port as pre-trip notification. We didn't talk about that too much, but we did talk about it a little bit. Everybody's fine with that, correct? If you're not, raise your hand. Okay. All right, are we done with 2A, 3B, and 5A? All right, not seeing any hands. Let's go then to item 6, the RSC recommendation is allow RSA trips flexibility in both the timing and landings throughout the year. Any questions or comments or clarification on that?
This is Sean again. Not on 6, but on 5B.
5B.
Some of our guys in like July and August may have summer flounder trips that don't even last 6 hours. So how do we address boats that do day fishing really close to the port?
You mean 5A, which is require pre-trip notification 24 hours in advance. So I don't think 5B, the RSC did not recommend that.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. So that would take care of those short trips. Ryan?
So going back to the fives.
Okay.
5B is, in our view, a central component of having effective oversight of vessels operating in the program. And maybe I'm just not reading it properly, but we think that a pre-trip notification and a pre-land notification, with all of the information that they provide, it's not just the vessel name and project code. They're giving us the operator name, VTR numbers, ports, times, all of that stuff. And maybe if the RSC wants to, discuss what the reporting requirements are now and why they are the way they are. I mean, a lot of that stuff came out of these enforcement issues back when the program was suspended. So I think we'd want to, we think we have a pretty strong reporting system that we've set up for RSA, and we want to keep that. We definitely don't want to go the other way. So I think maybe further discussion on the fives is warranted.
Okay. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thanks, yeah, and thanks, Ryan, for bringing that up. So we did discuss that, at the last committee meeting that, and this is the issue that I think Sean just raised about, the 6-hour notification might be difficult, and so we kind of left it alone. It's not that there wasn't support for this. It was really more about the administrative feasibility of having a 6-hour time frame for that notification prior to landing, given the length of the trip. So
oh, got it.
Yeah, so the committee report said that needs additional consideration. So I don't want you to think that the committee wasn't interested in this. It was really more how do we deal with these types of trips?
No, I get that. That makes sense. And that was, yes, a concern about the mid generally with the time where the fishery operates. 6 hours is probably very unusual when the ability for them to submit a hail and not be back at port. It does say as soon as practical, but it goes to the point of if there is a pre-land requirement, how effective it could be if they're going to be at the dock in 20 minutes. So I get the need for further discussion there. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. I was just trying to check the chat here. Todd Smith.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep, sound good.
Thank you. Just to follow up on 5B, I just want to point two things out. Even if a boat is ending its trip 20 minutes before landing, by submitting a pre-land of what's on board, that absolutely does help enforcement because it locks the person in that they're truthfully stating what's on board. It helps enforcement. And then the other issue is, and I don't remember if I'm the one that brought this up or not, but you've got the same exact provision in the limited access IFQ scallop fishery. And even though they prefer a minimum of a 6 hour prior to hitting the dock. If they're fishing and the trip ceases before the 6 hours, you know, or they're going to be back in less than 6 hours, it's whenever the trip they're finished fishing and on their way in, they would submit that pre-land. So I just would like you to keep that in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul?
Thanks. Yeah, pretty much. I was going to say just about what he was going to say, but I felt, and I think we did discuss that having some sort of way of taking advantage of the EVTR, that is having it submitted before the vessel lands, it's committing the operator to at least verifying what he's saying, or taking a big chance if he gets boarded or met.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Michael?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that pre-landing EVTR reports are already required. That's the current regulation, that you have to report before you hit the dock.
Right. Okay, thank you.
You have to complete your VTR, but you don't have to submit it before landing. So yeah, I agree with Todd. Having a call in and have to submit your VTR before reaching the dock would make most law enforcement agencies happier.
And if it does get extended to state vessels, not all states have the same VTR requirements.
All right. So it sounds like the consensus supports a pre-landing notification, and that the real question is the 6 hours versus, you know, a more practical time for some of the more close-in fisheries. Is that correct? Okay. That was a good discussion. All right, so any other discussion on item 5? Or we go back to item 6? Okay. Item 6. The RSC is recommended allow RSA trips flexibility in both the timing and landings throughout the year. Questions, comments on that one? Anybody not in agreement with that? Okay, I don't see any hands. And that actually completes, oops, Lee, go ahead.
Well, on that one, wouldn't you have to say how that flexibility conforms with or conflicts with all the other stuff you've just specified above? Because there's not a heck of a lot of flexibility up there. It seems to me we got a contradiction there.
Does somebody from the RSC want to address that? Paul?
Right, so that would be exclusive of anything else that was specified before that. But as far as declaring an RSA trip in regular season, things like that, you know, all the other requirements would still stand.
Okay. Michelle?
Yeah, just to agree with Paul, I think we understood that allowing flexibility in when RSA trips could occur throughout the year, and flexibility with respect to landings, but we didn't feel like it negated all the other things that were recommended with respect to enforcement, understanding that 6C could potentially, create some additional complexity with monitoring.
Okay, Mark?
Yeah, just the point of 6C was in the context of 6A and 6B, which was flexibility relative to the closure of the regular season and flexibility relative to trip limits. So I think that's the context there, not really flexibility to all sorts of other things. So it's the choices in front of the RSC were talking about quota after the season closures and trip limits flexibility. So that's what that 6C is referring to, flexibility.
Okay, Paul?
That's right. And to further qualify that, I believe the discussion was that we weren't specifically saying this should be done, but we were kind of relegating this as to the states for them to choose.
Okay. All right. Lee, you good with that clarification?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. So any other discussion on item 6, question 6? Okay, let me back up then and look at everything. Oh, Brandon, you got a comment?
Yes, sorry, Andy, I didn't know where you were going next. My question is, or my comment is not to section 6 here, but I guess it's to like an earlier point that Mike Playa had made in regards to leftover quota, like a small amount, but it wouldn't account for like a directed trip or something like that. I think we had mentioned it earlier. There are a number of other questions that, or question alternatives that the steering committee came up with within the decision tree that we just have not had the time to dive into, that we will have to dive into at some point. And one of those was the ability to transfer RSA quota between vessels. So in a situation where someone doesn't have a ton of quota left, they could potentially transfer to a vessel that does have quota and could take advantage of it, for example. So I guess my point is there are other things that the committee and states and all of us are going to have to deal with. There are still many questions that are still out there, ones that we've already identified and probably ones that we haven't specifically thought of yet in great detail. So I just wanted to note that some of these things may be captured in other decision tree questions. We focused on these higher priority questions to get through and have at least some initial structure to work on.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Brandon. So I was going to say, step back and look at the big picture, all of topic 3. All of the questions. Are there any other comments or questions that you want to make about topic 3 and under any of those questions? No? Don't see any hands? Okay. So I'm going to suggest let's take a 10-minute break. It was about 3:50 right now. So or 2:50 right now. So why don't we all come back about 3 o'clock and then we'll wrap it up. I'll give a very, very brief summary of some of the recommendations from today. And then Michelle will talk about, where we're going with all the information, next steps, kind of reiterate how this is playing into the whole discussion about redeveloping the RSA program. So 3 o'clock, let's all come back. No, it shows it's in progress. Oh,
Sorry,
No.
my computer said it's off.
Yeah, no, I had a pause, so thank you, Lee. I did not record any of what Andy had just gone through, so thank you, Lee.
so Lee, hopefully your memory is good enough. We don't have to go back to the recording. Thanks for pointing that out. But Brandon and Michelle, did I mischaracterize anything or miss anything of importance?
Hey, Andy, it's Michelle. Not from my perspective. I think you did a great job of, summarizing this on the fly, but also defer to Brandon.
No, I second your comments. I think that was a really good summary for trying to pull together 6 hours of discussion. So good job.
And the same question to all the participants and the public also. Did you hear anything that you felt was mischaracterized or a big issue that perhaps I had missed? Keeping in mind that that was a very short summary of, as Brandon said, 6 hours of discussion. Okay. I do want to turn one more time back to the public and make sure that if there are any comments or questions that you may have, that you now have an opportunity regarding anything in this workshop. Please raise your hand and use this opportunity to provide that input right now. Okay, I don't see any. I will remind you again, there is the online form that's open 24/7 on the Mid-Atlantic Council website. That's the mafmc.org, and then there's a page for the RSA program. And if you have any comments that you want to submit for the record, please do so there. We check it regularly. We'll be checking it before we, certainly before we issue a final report to make sure anything that you have to say is incorporated to the extent that it can be. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Michelle, for some kind of wrap up discussion.
Thanks, Andy, and thanks for all of your hard work and keeping us on track and making sure that everybody's questions and comments were heard and of bringing us towards consensus on this. And so again, I'll just reiterate that our next steps are the committee will have an in-person meeting, fully in-person meeting, April 27th. That's at least what we're planning for, where we're going to take all of the feedback from the first 3 workshops plus this workshop and try to, get towards perhaps some of those additional details, using Mark's analogy, the color of the light socket, so to speak. As Brandon noted, there were other decisions that were not quite as were not quite as critical to sort of the structural framework of what a redeveloped RSA program might look like. That hope that the committee, I hope we will have time to discuss during our April 27th meeting, and then again those recommendations from the committee with respect to what a program redesign might look like, as well as whether or not to move forward with a redevelopment of the program, will go to the council for consideration during its June meeting in Riverhead, New York. And, depending on the council's decision, we will either start moving forward with, development of the appropriate management document if the council does decide to move forward with RSA program redevelopment. And if that is the decision, I guess one thing I do want to emphasize again is just, I think there's going to be a good amount of work that will need to occur in advance of actually putting together, a draft amendment document, if that's the way the council chooses to go. And, I'm specifically thinking about, outreach and coordination on some of these questions with the commission and with our state partners and law enforcement agencies to sort of get the details of what a new program might look like and have everybody on the same page so that we're not making any of the same mistakes that we did previously should the program be redeveloped. So those are our next steps, and I do just want to take the time to thank a couple other folks. I want to echo Brandon's comments and kudos to Matt Seeley, who put in a tremendous amount of work before he left for the islands to plan for these various workshops. And so hats off to Matt and for all of his hard work. And then the other person I want to thank is Adam Nowalski. Mark pointed out that Adam is the immediate past chair of this committee. He chaired this committee for a number of years, and it's really because of his hard work that we're in the position where we are today, where we have had all of these workshops to consider redevelopment of the RSA program. So while Adam does not have the title of chair of this committee, I personally consider him co-chair rather than vice chair, and I'm really grateful for him continuing to remain very involved in this at the leadership level. So thank you, Adam. And with that, I think if there is nothing else, I also just extend my thanks to everybody who has participated in all of these workshops over the past year. And Andy, I guess I'll turn it back over to you. I see Bob Beal has his hand up.
Go ahead, Bob.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I didn't know if you were going to speak first or you wanted me to. Just two quick thoughts. One is that we're all going through this exercise, and I agree with everyone's congratulations and thanks for all the hard work. It's been really impressive amount of work to get where we are. But I think one of the reasons we're going through this is the last attempt at RSA didn't end that well. So somewhere maybe as an output of the April workshop or sometime before it goes back to the council and commission, sort of a summary table of what's different. Why. Here are a few things that didn't work very well on the last go around. Here's what we're proposing is changed, and here's why we think it would work, or something along those lines. It just highlights, what's new and different this time that wasn't included last time. I think might be helpful for the folks that haven't sat through all these discussions. And then my second point is for the June meeting in Riverhead, which has a hybrid option, I guess, do you envision that just being solely a council conversation or commission discussion or inviting some state representatives outside the range of the council? Have you guys thought that far in advance on what that conversation may look like?
That's a great question, Bob, and Adam raised that question during our council meeting just last week, I think it was. So it would be, I'll just go out on a limb and say it would be my preference to invite state partners to be able to participate in that discussion as we present the recommendations, for the council's consideration. I think that would be really wise. I don't know that that conversation has occurred among council leadership. I do see that Mike Luisi, our council chair, is on the call right now. So at the risk of putting him and perhaps Brandon on the spot, I don't know if those conversations have occurred, but the question has been raised. Adam did raise that last week. So I don't know, Mike and or Brandon, if you all can contribute to that.
This is Brandon. I'm being quiet to defer to the chair, but I don't know. He maybe on, but his attention may be elsewhere.
Yeah, Brandon, I think if there's anything that you can share, that would be great.
Yeah. So I'll share. I mean, I specifically have not had any conversations with leadership, and I don't know if leadership has or not. I think your point is well taken, Bob, and I think you raised this issue as well. I think it was in regards to, I don't know, maybe harvest control rules stuff, and there were different things, but all of these sort of joint things that the council and the commission are working through. the June council meeting is out in Riverhead, and I think you had noted, it's not the easiest of places to get out onto Long Island. I would note that I don't know who from the commission will be there or not, but the policy board there is a joint meeting with the policy board scheduled for June. So that would include potentially, representatives from states outside of the Mid-Atlantic Council region, should they choose to either attend in person or certainly, as you noted, it's going to be a hybrid option. So we'll have people available online to participate if they can't make the trip out there. So, if there's a way to sort of connect this agenda item with something that's around the policy board so that, we can keep folks together, at a big chunk of time, maybe that's helpful. But nothing has been determined on my end yet. Again, I've only been thinking through with Michelle and Adam sort of the general flow of the time frame. Again, that we can't have anything ready before our April council meeting. I don't think we can't get the steering committee together to talk through some of these things. And so the next logical point was, with the committee getting together in April, the next one would be June. The August council meeting is, as you know, super busy generally because we have all of our sort of spec issues to deal with in August. So the next one after that would be October. So I think June is probably going to be the best one to do, but how we accommodate everything is, I think, still for discussion, but I think there are opportunities to accommodate it.
Bob, does that help to address your concern? I realize it might not be quite the most satisfactory answer, but I think, the overall point is that, we support that what you've brought forward is definitely supported, and we're going to try to find a way to make that happen.
Yeah, that's great. And I appreciate all those comments from you and Brandon. And, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but I'm just, if the RSA program goes forward, ASMFC is going to have to develop an amendment or omnibus addendum or something as well to capture a number of these changes, because we'll have to be able to set aside quota for, summer flounder, scup, black sea bass, bluefish, and those species that mirrors the action by the council. So we all end up in the same place each year. So, I just don't want to either body to get too far ahead of the other with process. And but no, I appreciate everything, and we'll see if things work out for June. So thank you.
Yeah, and this is Brandon. If I can just jump in, Bob, I think, and Michelle sort of got to this. If ultimately the council makes the decision to redevelop the RSA program, I would envision that we're going to have a bunch of meetings, even before document development really gets started. And to me, I would think we would have meetings that are certainly our research steering committee, but maybe we can make these sort of some joint subgroup of the commission along with the research steering committee, so that we are getting the state partners to work on some of these details that are going to need to happen depending on what happens in June, obviously, but after that. And so maybe we can have a different configuration of how we set up meetings to sort of work through those after June.
Thanks, Brandon. Yep, that was a much more direct way of saying what I was trying to say earlier. So definitely appreciate that. Didn't want anyone to think that, if a program was being redeveloped, that there isn't a significant amount of work that would need to be done in coordination with the commission and the states prior to putting pen to paper for an amendment document. So with that, is there anything else before we wrap this up and call it a day? Any final questions or comments? Okay, I don't see any hands. So once again, thank you everybody for your time and attention today and all of your contributions. Really appreciate this, and thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, everyone.
Bye all.
Thanks, everyone.